Always nice working with you. Hi, Dana. Are we ready to start? Are we ready to start? Shall I start? Hi. Very well. Okay. Good afternoon to our audience here, and of course, warm greetings to all of you following us from all over the world online. On behalf of the International Chess Federation, FIDE, I welcome you to this Women Chess Balance Conference. And I emphasize women because perhaps if you are not very familiar with chess, you may wonder why I have specified women. Well, after 52 years in chess and 41 as a chess journalist, I can assure you that chess reflects both the positive and negative in society. And just as we can suspect why there are few women in most governments, we can also suspect why the number of women chess players is more or less 10% of men. The current FIDE leadership team is very sensitive to this situation and is working very hard to improve it. A significant proof is that we have with us FIDE's management board deputy chair, Dana Reizniece Osola, to open this conference. Dana, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first warmly greet you on behalf of Mr. President. I told him not to come. No, it's a joke. He will join later at some point. He had an urgent meeting with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Hungary, of honored guests at the Olympiad. But even more so, I've got my pleasure and honor to be here and open this first FIDE Women's Chess Conference that is organized during the Olympiad. You know, I truly believe when you have got some idea and you are able to say and formulate in a word or a sentence, it becomes your mission. And somehow the magic happens and it materializes. And it was a few years ago that FIDE, knowing the situation, that there's still such a huge gender gap in our sports. And one of the numbers was mentioned here, that only 10% of all the rated players, only 2% of all the title players are women in chess. So we understood that an action, swift action, has to be taken, and we put it in our documents, in our policies, that this is our priority, that we do want to increase the quantity and the quality of women representation here in FIDE. And I'm not talking only about the professional sports ladies, athletes, but I'm talking about all kinds of professions, starting from the arbiters, trainers, opinion leaders, to the very top of the management. I am one of those examples that has intruded into or invaded the male-dominated world. This is not the first time I do so. I come from politics. I've been the Minister of Finance, a totally male world. I see that as my mission to pave the way to other ladies, because I understand it's very practically necessary. If it's only me, or only few of women in the leadership of FIDE, we have to be very loud to get our message across the board, across the table. If there are many of us, it's much more easier. We are easier heard. So I see it as my personal mission, and I'm very much happy that FIDE sees it the same way. So a few of the nice programs were just announced a few years ago. For example, increase the number of the women team representation at the Olympiad, and today we see a record high number of women teams in Budapest. We wanted to encourage young chess players with little kids to not to stop their active chess career while they do have the babies, and we introduced the Chess Moms program. We continuously work on decreasing the price gaps. We have made our first steps in providing the sustainable and welcoming environment in FIDE for women, developing our safeguarding policies. There is far and long way to go there still, because I do believe that it's not only about putting policies in place, it is about us accepting those and truly understanding why they are needed and how they have to be put in action. So there's a way to go, but we'll be there one day, because we really want that women feel welcome, feel safe, feel appreciated in chess, and can help our beautiful sports to flourish. I do open this conference with a lot of expectations. We've got great speakers here from chess world and beyond, and from Hungary and the whole world, online and in person. And there are so many useful topics to be covered, starting from safeguarding to time management and healthy lifestyle, so that we do develop as personalities, and so that we understand that even in the chess world, chess is such a beautiful game. It's 64 squares. It's a magical world. It takes you in. You can get lost in it. It's so creative, so exciting. But the real life is so much more than that. There is so much that we as women need to deal with beyond these 64 squares. And I hope that we will learn some tricks, some tactics, and some strategies how to deal with that. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dana Reiniece Osola, FIDE's deputy chair. And when a few minutes ago I said people working very hard, I was thinking of especially of some specific people. One of them is undoubtedly Anastasia Sorokina, chairperson of the FIDE Women's Chess Commission, who, in addition to giving us the annual report, is going to present a topic and a first speaker of special interest. Anastasia?
Hello, everyone. It's a big honor for me to be together with you in this special day, our conference that we are working today in offline and online format. I will not take your time long because we have a lot to discuss today with members of our commission who prepare their reports and our excellent speakers. So I hope this day will be very productive, but I give you some highlights about what we was doing during the last 2 years. When we prepared when we was appointed, elected as members of Women Commission, we highlight some projects that should be a main project for the next 4 years. And one of them, we call this Chess for All for Chess. This project is to encourage more and more women, ladies, girls all around the world to play chess. So because when we are talking about FIDE Women Commission, we are talking not about only professional chess. Of course, we support all professional chess players, all levels, titled, unrated, everyone. But our main mission, as me and I hope my members see, it's to encourage more ladies to be involved in the chess world, not only as players, but also as chess journalists, chess arbiters, chess organizers. This is our mission, and as you can see from this little map, we succeed to organize this project in Poland, Sweden, Emirates, Albania, Singapore, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, Estonia, Azerbaijan, Venezuela, Spain, America, Norway, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Botswana, and South Africa. And this is only the beginning. We have another 2 years to go, so we have a big plans. This year we are still looking forward to have the same event in Portugal with one of our members, Susan, and for next year we have other plans for other continents as well. So you can see some photos here, and this is the best award for us when you see such a smiling faces and happiness from the girls. It's make us happy as well. The next big project also where we can talk about non-professional chess players. It's Queens and Princes Festival. My colleagues will highlight it and go deeper about each of these projects that we was doing. But here you can see some statistics and some names of the winners. We will greet those winners today. They are here. Most of them are here. Unfortunately, Daisy cannot be present, but she is in Olympiad. She is playing today, and they are fighting for the medals, so in their category. And I hope we can greet her tomorrow in the playing hall and give her her trophy. And of course, we will continue to do this online festival because the biggest part, it's not that only those girls, those ladies, they compete online, but the main prize was to come here to Budapest, yeah? So to visit Olympiad, to meet with the chess stars, and most of the winners are here today. So I would like to thank our working groups who work for this event, and we have Ulkar here, and our special thanks goes to the General Director of the Queen's Festival, Mr. Ozgur Soglasoglu, who is here with us today. Chess Mom, I'm sure that you read a lot about this project. We are very proud of it. It was 6 players who are planning to come with their kids, and the very last moment Nana Zagnidze decides that she will fight alone during the Olympiad. So we have 5 people present there, here with their kids, with their families, and Francisco a little bit later will tell us more about this project. So this is a working group, and I'm very proud of the team who work with Francisco and make this project possible. New national female teams. 9 new teams. We organized 9 new teams during the period of 2 years. They was trained by our trainers. They get a support to come here to organize their teams. FIDE cover all expenses for the teams and for their coaches. And we have 3 sons. Unfortunately, our timetable is clashing today with General Assembly, so she cannot be present right now, but she will come and she will tell us a story about this beautiful project. And I'm very proud, especially for Trisan, because she is not only member of our commission, she is not only president of Santa Lucia Chess Federation, she is also player, and she got already her norm. So I'm so happy and proud that she can combine all these directions that actually prove that women all around the world could do so many topics at the same time. This is our team with whom Trisan working and succeed to make this project possible. Girls Club in Kakuma. We talked briefly today about this project during the social commission meeting. Anastasia Karlovic will come and talk about her experience as a coach, and we will have online. We will have our colleagues from UniCR who will highlight how we started this project and what actually, if you are interested to start a project together with such an organization as UniCR, what you should do and what should be your steps. Me and Dana, we visited girls last May, and we met with them. You can see this from photo. It was great experience. Unfortunately, the refugee team didn't succeed to come here, but I'm sure for the next Olympiad we will learn lessons, and they will be coming for the Olympiad for the next Olympiad one more time. Okay, I pass the video because Anastasia will make a presentation. Also, as a Women Commission, we organize numbers of the seminar with cooperation with other commissions. We did a FIDE training seminar, we did few arbiter seminar, and we succeed to make a fair play seminar also. I'm very proud that the numbers of women arbiters is increasing, same as the fair play officers. We have a plan to organize a seminar how to become an international organizer. So I hope we still can do it during this year, or maybe the latest one in January. Chess for Peace project, this is a program for refugee women training program. I will not go deep because again Anastasia Karlovic will talk about this project a little bit later, but I'm very proud that the participants of this project are here, and you will see girls and you will hear their story just for a while. So I pass this one as well. Also, I think you saw in internet, in our social media, and hopefully you will attend tomorrow the closing ceremony, and you will see the beautiful project, the partnership project with our singer Huga. Stay tuned, it will be something interesting to be present, because so many chess ladies participated in filming, in production of this short chess music movie, that I think it's something special and something beautiful that we succeed to make together. Here from the statistic, I can say that our activity in social media it's increased a lot, and we are working all the time to give more and more information. If you are still not our subscriber, please subscribe immediately. We put stickers on your chairs. You can scan the QR code and you will be joining us. This is our conference. I pass this slide because you will hear more from the participants, and you will see by yourself what it is. And for the social media, I would like to thank our social media guys and Ilmas, our technical support, who is helping us all the time with all our technical issues. So I will not take you longer. I just want to thank you, and I know that it's only half of our way till the next elections. I'm very proud of the Women Commission team. I think this is the best ever team that I ever could dream about. And before I finish my speech, I just want to give some small memories awards for the members of the commission together with Dana. Dana, if I can invite you here. We have some members who will be speakers, so you will get your awards later. But the special one, it's go for the one person. Without this person, not any social project, not any women project could happen. Dana, the first award is going to you from our Thank you for your support. Okay, if I can just quickly get all. Gulmira. Thank you so much for organizing. Oh, chess for. Yes. This is two organizers of chess for all events. Thank you. Paris is not here, huh? Paris not here yet. The next one go to our secretary, Shadi Faridar. Suzanne, the next member of our commission.
You know that Gemma is trying to change and saying that now Dana is going to give the award to Anastasia. I explained to her that this is a schedule to the end and right. Gemma is there. You're going to give them. I need to know if I have to interrupt or not.
Are you here? Dina, yes? And last one go to Catherine. Thank you. Paris. Paris, come back.
Sorry for being late.
Just on time. You will
We
get
had
your
a
award.
big issue there.
Come for some pleasure and then get back to.
Exactly on time. Thank you.
Let's take this opportunity.
Unofficial part is almost finished.
Yes, and before we go back to business, I would also like to use this moment, and you know that it's not only a special occasion for women in chess this year that we've been so actively working on various projects and can celebrate them now. It is a special year for FIDE. It's 100 years anniversary, and I believe it's a nice thing that during your birthdays, you are actually the ones who present the gifts and say thank you to your most valuable people, because I do believe that FIDE has become one of the, if not the, biggest international sports organizations in the world, largely because of those people who work for it. And the majority of people who work for FIDE, those are not paid employees like me, myself. Those are pure volunteers who invest their time, effort, and love. And there's a few tokens that we would like to convey today. The first one goes to Anastasia herself. Anastasia, I think, very well understands and appreciates that one soldier can do much, but if you have an army, you can, turn the world around. And therefore, on behalf of FIDE, I would also like to convey our gratitude and award this special award of FIDE to Shadi Paridar, the Secretary of the Commission. Shadi. Shadi is not only leading the FIDE Women's Commission, she is also leading the National Federation, the key lady there. Further, thank you. I mean, I'm always amazed about so many women formats where women come together and talk about the issues of women, yes, and then it's such a pity because I think that the message stays within, and you shouldn't be actually preaching to the choir, right? So I truly believe that without those men who help to empower women, that would not be the same, and there are quite a few in the chess world, and we would like to say thank you first to David. David, come on. Smerdon, who has done so much for research, analyzing what the reasons are for women to quit chess, to not be so active, so how do they drop out. So you've been helping us with your analysis, with your data to form our policies, because data-based policies are better policies, yes? And he's the one who introduced the first Federation Women Index. Oh, it caused some debate about the criteria, but I think that's the most valuable part. People finally or suddenly pointed attention to the matter of women representations and in federations and had quite a good debate. So let's continue to provoke, to keep or get people out of the comfort zone and educate, change for the better. Thank you. As you saw already, one of the projects, she for whatever. He for she and she for he. No, this project that was engaging so many countries and little stars, little girls worldwide. And one of the key persons who's been helping us with this project is Ulkar Mudova. Come on. And get this prize for also being yourself such an inspirational lady and representing chess professions, showing the world that there are so many nice things you can do in chess. And another leader who shows the world that yes, women in leadership and women in chess Olympus are not only beautiful and smart, but they are super efficient. That is Gulmira Dauletova. Thank you, Gulmira, for all your work that you do in Kazakhstan and that you do for FIDE. And once again, have a fruitful discussions and interesting presentations. I wish a very nice day today.
Dana will be back to us later on in a round-robin discussion. But I want to start our conference with one presenter who unfortunately cannot be with us today. He will be online. It's Alexander Novikov. Novikov, Chief Data Protection and Privacy Officer of UNHCR. With this person and without this person, we never could start our project in Kakuma. So we really appreciate all his help. And Alexander will tell us now his welcoming words because he is now in New York. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex Novikov. I'm currently the Chief Data Protection and Privacy Officer for UNHCR. But what is more of relevance is where I was when the FIDE project was originally launched back in 2021. I was a Senior Protection Officer in UNHCR sub-office Kakuma in Kenya. So the sub-office Kakuma covers the Kakuma camp and Kalubei settlement. And this is where kind of first the discussion on the chess for protection and the girls club particularly, and the involvement of colleagues from FIDE has started. If everyone remembers, this was also the time of the COVID epidemic, so everything was a lot of the things were on the lockdown, and the travel to and from Kakuma for ourselves and for refugees themselves was very restricted as well, and generally it was difficult to continue the initiatives that already were in place, and especially to launch a new one. So it was really special when these discussions first started between UNHCR, between myself in Kakuma and Anastasia Sorokina, looking at the ways that we can bring the two organizations together and introduce the world of chess to the people in Kakuma, and especially to the girls. And there was particular interest for Anastasia to set up a project that could reach out to the girls in Kakuma and show them what chess is, but also what chess can do for them, and the horizons that the chess could open. And again, I think it was especially very important because at that time, about all the restrictions that were in place, and sort of the general sense of panic that everyone was in the world had at this moment. I think providing this important opportunity for the girls in 3 schools eventually, and at that time we were starting in one particular school in Kakuma, organizing this online lessons that Anastasia Karlovich and Salome Melia were able to conduct for them, which didn't just taught them about chess, but also were a way to sort of show what success people can reach in life with by engaging with sports generally, and with chess in particular. And I'm very happy that this project has only grown since I left Kakuma, both in terms of expanding the schools that are involved. I'm also glad that now the colleagues from FIDE were actually able to travel and visit the camp, and I know that Anastasia has met with the girls there who are in the chess club in person. So yes, I mean, best of luck, and best of luck to you as well in the conference today, and to the girls particularly who are in the chess clubs in continuing their involvement in chess and their love of chess. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dana, Anastasia, and very especially to Alexander Novikov for his essential contribution. To complete this very important issue related to refugees, we have another great expert, Nick Soar, Senior Refugee Export Coordinator at UNHCR, which means the United Nations Refugee Agency. His team works to leverage the potential of the sport ecosystem for people who have been forced to flee. And he's going to talk on partnering with the UNHCR for refugee girls. The headquarters of this body are in Geneva, but Nick is now, I think, in Cape Town, another beautiful city in South Africa. Good afternoon, Nick Soar. We cannot hear you so far, but I see you are there, which is the most important thing.
Do you hear me okay?
Now it's okay. How are you, Nick?
I'm fine, yes, very good, thank you. Greetings from a sunny Cape Town.
Well, thank you so much for your contribution, and please go ahead with your speech.
Perfect, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to complement Alex's presentation, and as Anastasia said, just talk a little bit about partnering with organizations like UNHCR and the use of chess for social objectives. Okay. So, as Alex outlined, FIDE and UNHCR partnered together with our partners in Kakuma refugee camp in North Kenya to provide opportunities for refugee young people to engage in positive chess-led initiatives and to benefit from the skills and capacities that the chess world and chess experts can provide for them. So really this to some of the world's most disadvantaged young people, and I'm sure that Anastasia and Dana and others that visited Kakuma refugee camp will attest to the very tough conditions that these young people live in on a day-by-day basis. So I've been asked to talk a little bit about what is the right way to approach project development, and how do you develop your project so that it's a strong project and you can attract partners that can support your initiative. I think the first thing to focus on is really developing a strong and compelling project concept. And this doesn't necessarily mean that you have to write a 15-page project proposal, but what it means more than anything is that you need to be really clear on what your project is trying to achieve. And we talk a lot about objectives, outcomes, impact, and a lot of other words that are related to project implementation. But for UNHCR and for most UN agencies and a lot of international non-governmental organizations, what we're looking to understand is what your project is going to achieve over the time period that you're implementing it. So what are the outcomes of your project going to be, and what is the change that's going to happen over time? Normally we develop an initial concept. We can call it a concept. But in that concept note, we would outline what the project is trying to achieve, but most importantly, what the change over time, what the outcomes that project is going to realize. And then I guess a second question is, do you have your own resources for this project, or do you need to attract external funding? So I think the project proposal development stage and the partnership stage are
and Osgur are not here, and they are the next one to talk.
We worked together on the project proposal, and there were a number of rewrites and thinking about, okay, is this project going to achieve the things we wanted to? Who are the partners that we can bring in? In the case of Sakuma, it was an NGO called
And what is Osgur?
UNHCR's main sport partner in Japan. And what are the roles of the different organizations? Which partner carries out which activities and provides which resources to the project. And then I think that whilst we're thinking about this, at the same time we need to think about how we're going to monitor our project. And this comes back to the initial concept, because when we're developing our initial concept and we're thinking about our outcome that we want to achieve, so for example our outcome could be that girls feel more safe in their community as a result of engaging in protective chess activities. If that's our outcome, then how do we measure that? And we need to be thinking about this from the very first moment that we're developing our concept. We can't come along halfway through or towards the end and think, okay, now we need to think about monitoring our project. What's the project going to achieve, and how do we measure that? So these elements need to be thought about hand in hand. And this brings me on to the next slide. So I've talked about the why and the who a little bit. And there's the why and the who at the local level in terms of what are the outcomes that we want to achieve for the community and with the community that we're working with. But there is also the global level why and who. And so from a global perspective, we have this UN framework called the Global Goals, or the UN Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 goals, and sport and play-based activities can contribute to the achievement of a number of these. And you can see a number that I've put up here on the slide, and these are the ones that UNHCR's Global Sports Strategy contributes to. So whilst we're thinking about our projects, and we're talking to our community, and we're talking to our local partners, we should also be thinking about the contribution that the project is making to global frameworks, because this is really important. The Sustainable Development Goals, or the global goals, are the framework that international organizations, the UN, governments, and the private sector are all working towards. If we demonstrate that our project is contributing to these global goals, then it's often easier to attract interest in our projects and additional resources and funding. It also helps us with partnering, because we demonstrate that we understand the global perspective, and that we can bring additional partners on board. One of the things that business is always talking to UNHCR about is, how do your projects and programs contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, global goals? And so we're very sure to include this element in project proposals that we write for our private sector donors. Okay, one final thing on the project element, and I think that this is the most important element, and I think that Anastasia and Dana will also attest to this, but the main partners for any project should be the project participants, and particularly in refugee situations, UNHCR and our partners, we continuously consult with refugees, those who are going to be involved in the program, those who are going to be in some way engaged, whether it's community leaders, teachers, young people themselves, and so on and so forth. So that's an essential element, and it should be something that underlines all of the work that we're doing. And then finally, sustainability and personal reflections. And I'd wrap these two up because I think it's really a summary of what's been said already and my personal experiences. Often we think about our work and our organizations in a silo, and it's something that humanitarian organizations frequently do, governments do, development organizations do. But the reality is that we can't do most of the activities that we want to do on our own. We have to partner with others that have expertise and additional resources. And in particular, we need to partner with local organizations that understand the context and have the resources in the areas where we want to work. So it's essential that we develop the right partnerships. And I think that, working with an organization like UNHCR, it's quite easy to email UNHCR, to try and call UNHCR and not get a response. We're 20,000 people in 135 countries, and we're all overworked, and things fall through the cracks. But it's essential that you don't get downhearted if your initial email doesn't get answered. You need to send 2 or 3 emails and keep following up, and people will respond. The other thing is that when you're looking for people to respond to, it's quite often good to check the websites of the organizations, because quite often there will be contact details at the end of press releases for people with specific technical areas, and certainly that's the case for UNHCR, as well as on our standard web pages. The second thing that I wanted to talk about is culture clash. We find consistently that there are differences in ways of working, organizational culture, and how we view the world between humanitarian organizations, sports organizations, the private sector, and so on and so forth. And it's really important that we from a UNHCR perspective, that we try to put ourselves into our partners' shoes and understand their culture, their perspectives, and their way of working. The third element is this idea of collaboration versus cooperation. And we prefer a collaborative approach where both parties benefit. What we find when we're merely cooperating is that both parties are somewhat happy with what we do. Maybe 70%, 75%, 50-50. But where there's a true collaboration, it's possible for both sides to achieve the objectives that they want to achieve, and to be 100% happy with what the partnership is working on. So I would strongly suggest that if we can collaborate well rather than cooperate, it benefits everybody. And then finally, just to reiterate that it's absolutely essential to speak with, listen to, and partner together with project participants. I'll hand it back to you in the room there in Budapest. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Nick Sor and the United Nations Refugee Agency for supporting a very sensitive branch of chess. All the best, Nick, if you are still listening. Now, let us talk about the 4th edition of the Queen's Online Chess Festival, a series of continental women's online blitz tournaments which have been very successful again. We have 2 speakers for that. Ulkar Umudova from Azerbaijan, FIDE Women's Chess Commission member and international arbiter, and Zgur Solakoglu from Turkey, honorary chair, chief events inspection officer from the FIDE Events Commission. I'll give the floor first to Ulkar.
Greetings to all our conference participants. As we are in a rush, so my speech will be so short. So I am Ulkar, and last last years, and I'm a tournament director of Queen's Festival, FIDE's largest online chess event. And from 2023, when we started to organize this tournament with Anastasia, we decided and we set some goals to attract more girls and women as we can, as much. And we made it some changes, like by the suggestion of Anastasia, we added special groups for the little girls, because as you know, the Queen's Festival was open for all, and the little girls, when they played with the top players, it was not for them so interesting, and we added a special group, Unrated Princess Tournament, under Queen's Festival, under 9 and under 6. And the winners get a special training session from our top players. And the first places are invited here. And I think after the changes, we had some more girls than previous years. And maybe, yes, as you see, 2022, invited countries, the green one and the blue one invited players. And after that, 2023 increased a little bit because we changed the regulation. We canceled fees because it's very important for some countries. Maybe €5 it's okay, but for some countries it was too hard. And we decided to register by themselves. It's also was hard for our team to organize everything to right, but via the organization with the federation, it was a little bit not hard, but for the players it was hard. And I want to thank also my team for all, because we had a great team. And as you the statistics, and maybe we can it's, as you see, the simul games. It's for the winners by Anastasia Kostynyuk, Alexandra, and you see Letingi. It's a training session for the girls winners, and I think yes, and Nurgül Salimova, some different. As you see, we had some string again from the simul game. Again on this training session. Okay, so now the winners with us, and I want to invite Mr. Özgür, organizer, to award the winners.
So, hi everyone. I'm involved to Quiz Festival from the beginning, and I have to say that it's a big pleasure for me to be a part of this event and team. And now I think it's one of the most important parts, that to awarding the winners. So now we can start, I guess. If I pronounce not correctly, please excuse me. Melissa Wong.
Yes.
She's the winner category under 9. The last one is Ankita Raj, but unfortunately she's not here, but there's a representative that we will give her prize. Of course, he's not princesses as you see, but maybe prince, so who knows. Please.
No, but the girl is princess because she's like my daughter.
And to finish, I would like to present awards for Mr. Ozgur I always have a problem to pronounce your name, Solakoglu. Thank you very much for your effort with all this event. Thank you. And of course, the tournament director, Ulkar Mudeva. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ulkar and Asgur, and congratulations to all our winners, of course. Now, I invite you all to fly to a very beautiful, small country in the Caribbean. The name is St. Lucia. If you get there, you can meet, as I did last year, Tristan Richards, president of the St. Lucia Chess Federation and councillor of the Women Chess Commission, and a very hard worker, I will say again. I can tell you that one of her most interesting projects is called National Female Team Initiative Empowering Queens of the Chessboard 2024 Chess Olympiad and beyond. And it could be a very inspiring example for other countries. Tristan Richards.
Thank you very much, Leandro. I had the pleasure of hosting him in St. Lucia, and I can tell you, he most certainly had a good time. To our distinguished guests, and of course, Judith, to the side, of course, I have to give some acknowledgement as well. And to all of you here who support chess and women in chess and the wonderful work that we're doing here in the Women's Commission, very welcome to you all. The National Female Team Initiative, I would love to take all the credit, but I really have to give majority of the credit to our wonderful chairperson, Anastasia. She gave me the opportunity to be able to head such a wonderful project and to see the impact of this project firsthand. It's truly amazing. So we came up with this beautiful theme, Empowering Queens of the Chessboard 2024 Chess Olympiad and beyond. And the idea is that with bringing these teams to the Olympiad for the very first time, this will then inspire the next generation of women in their country to want to make it to the Olympiad and to want to get involved in chess. And so we have a wonderful team, Paris, Esse, Mona Lisa, and of course many others who were very instrumental in helping us to make this initiative a reality. And this initiative has been long coming. It started from last year, and we took a series of steps to get to where we are today. First thing we did, we had to do a survey to find out what are the reasons why federations, you'll find that they take a male team, but then they don't take a female team. And they've been coming to the Olympiad for decades, some of these federations. So rather than assume, we wanted to know firsthand what were the reasons for this. And we sent out a really short survey to the federations that have never taken a female team to the Olympiad. And we got some really good responses. So that was the first step. Then, of course, we analyzed the data we received. We held a seminar. We provided assistance. And now we're at the stage where we're reported and highlighted. So let me take you along this beautiful journey. So last year at the Olympiad, we had over 180 countries, that brought a male team to the Olympiad. The number of female teams was around 159. This year, I'm very happy to announce, and maybe I should leave it for the end. I think I will keep you in suspense to find out what that number is. So we noticed that, like I said, countries will take a male team and they didn't take a female team. And we wanted to do something about that. Because as in chess, if we're going to be a reputable sport or organization, I believe that gender equality is very important. And so some of the reasons that we found out that federations were not taking a female team is that they just didn't have the female players. And the second was a lack of funding. And third was they didn't have anyone to train or prepare the female players. And so we sought to fix these issues. And of course, we know right across the board, there's been a discrepancy or difference in the number of female to male players. And we wanted to address the issue of recruitment, training, as well as financing. And we held a seminar to address these issues. And I had this lovely video here because when you approach federations like, why can't you get female players? You know, that's how they feel like, where are they? You know, especially coming from a very young federation. We only got established in 2019. I know exactly how these countries felt. And so we held a seminar to give these federations the resources that are necessary to find these female players. So we had a series of presentations from Anastasia, Sanja talking about financing, how to get funding. We have a very inspiring presentation from Dana. We had presentations from grandmasters and women grandmasters talking about the fact that you actually have to also train women team different from the male team. So it's quite an informative seminar. And these were lovely participants on that online seminar. And I'm very happy to mention we had the Queen's Gambit Challenge, and a lot of the participants from the Queen's Gambit Challenge, and these were women that were learning chess for the very first time. They are now part of their female team here at the Olympiad. So just imagine only learning chess for 1 year or less than a year and being able to represent your country at the Olympiad. It's quite significant. And these are the countries that we had that participated in our Olympiad. Only one country was not able to make it here today because of travel issues, but they went through the training program, receiving quality training from FIDE instructors and to prepare them for the Olympiad. And we had a lovely closing ceremony. And I had a very short video. Well, I don't think it's being played, but for the nick of time, we will go over that. But the participants that were in the project at the end, we have a video of all the teams that are here, and I want to give credit. I want to acknowledge the Trainers Commission for their assistance in helping us to facilitate and find captains to help these teams. And now we're here in beautiful Budapest, and these are pictures of some of the teams. And actually, I must mention that the youngest participant and the oldest participant were actually players that were part of our national female team. I believe she's 84 years old from Guernsey. Yes. And 8 years old. So 8 years old, 84 years old. And it so happened to be in our project. So I'm very happy about what we've been able to accomplish. A journey, we all know this phrase, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And we're almost at our final step. And I'm very happy to see how far we've come. So we have a very short video that we'd like to share with you of all the participants in our beautiful project. So please do enjoy. much, and I'm happy for your support.
Before you leave, we just want to award you with all your effort and contribution that you did for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tristan. Now, let's talk about an often used phrase: behind every genius, there is a great person. If we talk about Vishy Anand, 5-time world champion, by the way, he has just entered the room ready to listen to his wife. Thank you very much, Vishy, for coming. Coming back to Aruna, Aruna is not only Vishy's wife, but also an advertising professional by education. Can you imagine all the interesting things she can tell us? We could listen to her for hours, but she will have only 15 minutes for a lecture entitled Managing the Mate. I guess she's at home in Chennai. Good evening for you, Aruna.
Good evening.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
very well. Thank you very much for your contribution to this conference. And before I get too emotional remembering all the fantastic moments together with you and Vishy all over the world, please go ahead with your lecture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leoncho. Thank you for the introduction. Just a small correction there. What I have been told is behind every great genius, there's normally a very tired-looking wife. And today my presentation is about that tired-looking wife managing the mate. So basically, I would like to start when I first heard about Vishy. It was during a quiz that we had in our school. And the quiz, the tiebreak question was, can you name India's first grandmaster? Vishwanathan Anand was, of course, the most obvious answer here because, I mean, he was India's first grandmaster. Many years later, Anand went on to take on Kasparov for the world title and his name became synonymous with chess. So on 27th of June 1996, I donned a new role as what I was called Mrs. Chess Anand. So many times you would get letters to our house delivered, Chess Anand, Chennai, and the letter would always arrive without even a postal address. So when we got married, our honeymoon was actually in a chess tournament in Dortmund. You can see the picture there. And that's when I met a lot of the famous chess players, including Judith Polgar. Many years later, I would tell Anand that 2706 was an excellent a code for our luggage. And he would always tell me, but that was never my rating. And I guess that's what happens when you marry a chess player. The first year of our wedding, I mean, at the end of our first year of marriage, Anand had to play the Groningen-Lausanne World Championship. It was a very morally and ethically compromised cycle, but Anand played, and he played, I mean, some of his best chess. It was 22 days of knockout matches, and he came through with just two tie breaks. And you can see this tie break that he played with Mickey Adams. At that point, it was considered the most expensive blitz game in the history of chess. So at the end of the blitz game, what we thought was the most difficult moment till then was that we had to get to Lausanne in 3 days' time, where he would have to play his rival, Anatoly Karpov, who had obviously arrived there many days earlier. You have to imagine that in 96, 97, there were no mobiles and internet was still very nascent. So you didn't have booking.com or, Airbnbs. So actually at that moment, I remember we sat on this bed, Anand was absolutely overwhelmed and tired. And I said, why don't you take care of your seconds and I will take care of the tickets. And we both went to Schiphol Airport and we both stood, these pay phones, putting coins in, trying to get all the logistics in time to get to Lausanne. So I think that was where the term manager first kind of crept into our marriage. Okay. And then soon after Lausanne, we try to then imagine what would it be like to create a brand for Vishy. I mean, how do you create a brand for a person who's so synonymous with chess in India? I mean, his achievements on the chessboard are definitely superlative. Everybody knows that he's an achiever par excellence on the chessboard. But when you are a cerebral genius, it can be very intimidating on a human level. I mean, nobody wants to feel intimidated on an intellectual level. So how do you humanize a person who's considered, I mean, the epitome of achievement and the epitome of intelligence? So we try to break it down into human components and make and kind of humanize the person, kind of get to the person behind the persona. And we try to bring out aspects that were kind of not known about Anand, so slightly out of character, but not out of personality. So we try to show him as a boy next door, quirky, loves roller coasters, and can even be a little romantic, as you can see from the images on the screen. So that kind of helped a lot in getting the what you wanted to show in terms of the kind of person you want people to think you are. And this culminated in a very beautiful relationship with NIIT, which even today is seen as one of the longest running celebrity endorsements in the Indian advertising agency. So NIIT and Anand were a match made in heaven, two Indian entities who are global achievers taking on the world at a time when India itself was coming of age in the world stage and we were becoming an economic superpower, and Indian intelligence was at the forefront of all this. So I think this ad campaign got a lot of visibility for Anand and a lot of visibility for NIT. In fact, they went on to create the NIT Mind Champions Academy, and some of the young chess players have actually been part of that. I think this ad campaign kind of cut through the clutter of the celebrity endorsement market in India, which till then was ruled by either Bollywood stars or by cricketing stars. Okay, then we come to like the first World Championship moment in Anand's career, and this was played in Delhi and Tehran. Knowing that he was going to play in his home country was a mixed blessing. I mean, there was a lot of familiarity, but keeping what happened in Sanginagar, where a lot of familiarity and being Mr. Nice Guy was kind of worked against him, we thought the rule number one was to isolate him completely and kind of create a bubble that would help him give his best. In fact, when we knew that it was Delhi and Tehran, I had secretly told Pablo Sansegundo, a Spanish grandmaster, that if Anand made it to Tehran, he should be the first one to arrive there and kind of be additional ammunition for the team. So when Anand qualified for Tehran, I mean, the first thing was the sense of deja vu from Lausanne. Again, you have to get arrangements ready for a world championship match, but here already it was an even playing ground. So when we told him that Pablo was almost arriving in Tehran even before us, Anand was a bit surprised. I mean, how is this possible? I mean, did you imagine I was going to win? So I think it's important to take the ballsy decisions and take your risks. But I think what was most important at that moment was not to tell Anand that these arrangements were in place. And I think there you cannot be a manager taking that decision. You have to be the wife taking that decision, because in the end, you understand your husband better than anybody else, and you have a moral right to take that decision. And I guess husbands do not want to take on their wives anyway. If you ask, what was the most shining moment in Anand's career, was definitely the match in Bonn, where he played a classical match against a very, revered rival, Kramnik. And here, I think what was personally very, very interesting is we had an excellent team and an excellent support staff. So in fact, we managed to check into the Hilton in Bonn, and the hotel was completely controlled by, the rival who was also the organization team. And they had no idea where Anand was, where he had checked in, what he was up to. So I think it is very important to, understand the little things that make a lot of difference and make very little noise about it. Okay. If Bonn was the crowning glory, I think the action-packed moment was Sofia, where, I mean, playing on, in an opponent's country had its own, drama. But I think the drama happened when the volcano happened, and even Barack Obama wasn't able to fly. So in all this confusion and all that, I mean, it became difficult to arrive in time for the World Championship. And I remember we were scuttling for luggage, and, seconds had to be brought in. I mean, whole of Europe had come to a halt. At this moment, I remembered, two words flashed in my mind: force majeure. So I remember taking out my mobile, I mean, and Googling this word force majeure. And then I opened up the contract, and it was almost the last clause in the contract. And it read acts of God, destruction, blah, blah, blah. So I immediately called our lawyer in India, who was about to take off on a flight. And I asked him, this volcano, can we exercise this force majeure clause? And he said, yes, you're absolutely in the right here. You should exercise the clause, and this is the exact legal wording you should be using. So I remember, kind of writing it down quickly what he was dictating, and this is how we exercised that clause. And this is how Anand got his additional day of rest, I mean, which allowed him to arrive and actually play the match, and going on to win it, for me, was personally one of the most proudest moments of my life. So as a manager, and if you're taking care of contracts, especially of the gravitas of a world championship contract, the devil is always in the details. I mean, there are these little clauses, these little hidden messages, which you should understand what they mean. And if you do not understand, I mean, Google is always there, and there's no harm asking. I think things like, payments, escrow accounts, what are your deliverables versus that? And if there is any arbitration, is the arbitration happening in a place where you are comfortable with? I think these are very important questions you should be asking yourself. And these are some very nice visuals of, us getting to Sofia, which was a 40-hour road trip, which in itself was a great logistical nightmare. Okay. While all this was happening, Anand, was growing as a sports celebrity in India. So we did work a lot on his brand building. Anand, I endorsed close to about 30 brands in his career. I mean, he's still doing a lot of brands now. So when we take on brands, I mean, it's a very, very simple rule that we follow. The association has to be ethical. It cannot relate to the sale of alcohol or betting, because in India, certain states have a legal ban on money for betting. So, certain card games which have high stakes and there is actual money involved, we have some legal rules. So I think as a celebrity, we've always stayed clear of these gray areas or places where we feel that, the fit doesn't really work. So Anand has been very careful in choosing these brands, and these are some of the visuals of the ads that he has done. So, I mean, being a manager is all great, but if you're a wife, you have to learn to tell your husband to cut the crap. So I think my ultimate cut the crap moment was when Anand, was playing in St. Louis in Argentina, the World Championship in 2005. He started off wonderfully, and then he had two very unfortunate losses. So when your husband loses a game, I'm sure, I mean, he's going through ultimate mental turmoil. But as his wife, the only two things you understand is you're not going to sleep that night, and there is no dinner. I mean, you can just forget about it. So I was really irritated with myself that, a good tournament was going to waste. So I said, if you want to sleep tonight over here, do 50 push-ups. I think Anand was really irritated that I came up with such a, silly idea, but he said, okay, what the hell? And he started doing. I think at the end of this 50 push-up routine, I wasn't sure whom he was angry with, me or, the opponent to whom he had lost with. And I think by now I had realized that a nagging wife routine sometimes is the best brand strategy to use. And I mean, when you need to use it, you should just use it. Another rule that I am quite strict with Anand is when he's playing high stake matches or a very important tournament. I mean, he's at the cusp of winning it or whatever, to just get off social media, to get off the internet, because I mean, ego surfing is very nice, but sometimes you do read, the off comment, and that can sit in your head where you don't want it to sit, and that can mess with your brain. So, I mean, these two rules I kind of follow a lot, and I think being the wife, I get away with all this. So, brands, celebrities all go through a life cycle. I mean, you start off as a promising youngster, then you reach your high professionally, then you take it to the stature of a legend, a statesman for your sport, a spokesperson. Then personally, you come to an age, say when you're 50, and you start thinking, I mean, what is my story now? And we thought this was a great moment for Anand to come out with his biography. But we thought at 50, you have to tell your biography as is, not sugarcoat it or make it look like, a hagiography or whatever. So I think the biography worked really well, and it was a brilliant piece of work by Anand and Susan Neenan. It went on to win many awards, but I think most importantly, it was a very fresh way of telling a story. It was not a story that was either victimized or, sugar coated. It was as it happened, and it was in Anand's words. And it was very refreshing because many times in press interviews, you get asked a question and you answer it in a certain way. But when you write your own book, you can say it the way you want to say it. And I think that's where Mindmaster really stood out, because it said the story as it happened. I mean, there were no ifs or buts. It was just how we experienced it. And I think it was a very refreshing read. So when all this was happening, the pandemic happened, and lots of other things were happening. I think the big change during the pandemic was suddenly social media became very big for chess. Uh, so I think Anand was one of the late adopters into social media, but we realized that even in social media, if you played your cards right, there were a lot of posts that went viral, and many of them had to do with the human story. And I think people want to see more of the human side of Anand, because I mean the chess side is understood, and generally as a person, because he's a little more private than certain other celebrities in India. I think it's still very refreshing when there is a story or an unseen side. So in fact, of him singing at the Sting concert that went viral, I think it had 1.6 million views at the end of it. So I mean, putting out stories like this, which are a slightly out of character, quirky, but not out of the person who he really is. So at this time, even advertising had changed a lot in India. They were no longer the mainstream TV ads or print ads. Social media started to change all of that. You wanted gig ads. I mean, ads that gave you an effect almost immediately. And we did a lot of these very, very fun ads, Subway, Cred, which kind of got Anand, straight out of the black and white suit like what he's wearing now, into doing things that were fun, that were different, kind of showing a genius is a normal guy. He has a bad day like us. He likes to jig it like us. And I think these ads really worked. In fact, the Subway campaign, many people thought our Twitter account was actually hacked until they realized it was the Subway campaign that was playing out. So now coming to Vishwanathan Anand. I mean, all of us know that Anand is a class act, and a person with, very high ideals for himself, high ethics, high principles. And I think these principles and ethics are not something that he aspires. I think he does it because it's just very easy to do for him. I think it makes it very practical that, this is the right thing and you do it. You don't have to think twice to justify yourself to anyone. And I think this practical pragmatism is something I've learned through the years from Anand, because I started off from, flowery rhetoric to scream your voice over, to actually understanding the understated pragmatism that Anand stands for. And now, how do you complete the circle of life? And I think that culminated in the WACA, or the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, which is very much a labor of love, and kind of Anand paying it forward to the next generation, and kind of seeing the circle complete, and a circle that is almost going for gold as we speak today. Is a sense of very personal pride for both Anand and myself. So what can I say about managing the mate? It has never been easy, because you can fire your boss, but you still have to sleep with him at night. And that is not a very easy decision. But through the years, I've learned that you earn your respect not by being a wife, not by being a woman, but you earn your respect because you are diligent at what you do. You understand the details. You're not afraid to ask a question. You don't put your ego before, the work that is required. And I think the importance is, I think also being a woman, you find quick and smart solutions wherever it is needed. And I think in the end, I would just like to say that, You have to always understand that the brand or the person you're working for is always right. You have to always sync yourself with their values and their voice. But you don't have to always think that your husband is right. And I think there is the fine balance between being a manager and being a mate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aruna. Extremely interesting lecture. I hope to see you soon somewhere else. All the best. And I guess that Vichy has to come back to his duties as FIDE's deputy president. So thanks a lot for coming here for a while. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Now we are going to talk about a project that is as specific as it is inspiring. It's named Chess Mom, to help female chess players who are mothers of babies so that they can make their motherhood compatible with chess. Doesn't that sound like a fantastic idea? And for this, we have a speaker whose work I also know well. He is Francisco Cruz Arce from Puerto Rico, Deputy President of FIDE America and member of the Women's Chess Commission. Francisco.
Thank you very much to Leoncho, to everybody. I'll try to be quick, and what I'm just trying to do right now in these few minutes is just try to explain where the idea came from. I'm from Puerto Rico. You have heard about the program. It's on the webpage, Facebook, all over. But I want to explain what happened in Puerto Rico in 2021. It was a volleyball league. They were going to the finals, and one of the female from one of the teams, she announced that she was pregnant. And there is a rule on the league, volleyball league, that said if you have an injury player, you have the right to do a change, even though if you're in the playoff. Also, the team invoked these rules, but the other team say, well, pregnancy is not an injury, right? So it was a court case in Puerto Rico, very famous. Who's wrong? I mean, nobody wrong. It's wrong. I mean, they both have something right to say about it. It's just that this topic is not addressed on the rules. And that's the message that we want to send. And that's the case. Eventually next year, the league changed the rules and they addressed the topic. Another thing I want to show you is a player from Puerto Rico, Danisa Vázquez Magarini, woman international master. She, at 13 years old, she became woman international master, one of the youngest in our continent. And she became our national champion when she was 15. And I'm talking about absolute champion, beating international master. So she was great. She missed Chennai in 2020 because she has a newborn baby. So I'm on my way to Chennai thinking what we can do about this. Of course, I was president of the federation back then, and we work everything to make it possible that she come, but something else happened. It has nothing to do with money. But then I realized maybe this is a problem that we're having in the chess world, right? So this is me thinking in my beautiful island in Puerto Rico. All the questions related, to this topic. Are we losing players because of motherhood? At what age is the peak of the chess players? At what age is normal for females to become a mother? It is a similar range between 25-35. Does women have to choose between motherhood and continue being a chess player? Because I'm a professional chess player, I'm delaying the decision of becoming a mother. I mean, there's just a bunch of questions come to me, and that's how the project born in Chennai. There's a bunch of people involved that I'm going to mention at the end that really give me inputs and idea. Of course, most of them, you know them. So this is how we started the Chess Mom Initiative. And what we're trying to do and what is Chess Mom Initiative is pilot. It's a pilot project that aims to provide support for professional chess players, okay, who are mothers of infant under 1 year old. we have to put a number. I mean, how up we go, it depends, but we have to put a number. We start with 1. Hopefully, this number will increase to 2, 3, maybe. And then we provide financial support for a company person, because we want these mothers not to be a part of the kids for 2 weeks. And then when you have professional chess players, it's not only 1 international tournament per year, maybe it's 2, 3. So we want to mitigate this impact on female players. So we are bringing in a company person, so the baby can come here. It's taken care of by somebody that this player can trust, so she relax can play, and then she can come back to her mother's duty. And the most important of these 5 players that came here to the Olympiad is the message that we're sending. We try to aim awareness about specific needs during motherhood and how to mitigate the impact. So we have a short video of the players, but you all know them. What I want you to understand, that this is board number 1 or board number 2 of their national teams. So these are key players in their countries, inspired players that, of course, I mean, if you go into the chain reaction, this girl inspire more players in their country. Okay, so it's board 1 or 2. This is top players in each one. These are the participants. So what's next? Of course, we want this to increase, not only limit to the Olympiad, but we want the continent to be aware. Let's visit these rules. We want the country federations to say, hey, visit your rules. Okay, try to do something about it, address the topic. And I'm super proud that America is the first one to do it. We are incorporating Chess Mother on the continent. Right now in November, we have our female continental tournament. We're gonna support 5 mothers. It's the same as what we did here in the Olympiad. We're gonna increase that year to 2, and we invite the other tournaments to do so, and all the international entities to join these efforts. And pretty much that's it. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. And of course, this is inspired by Danitza and these 4 ladies here that I consider friends. Eva, she was the Women's Commission Chair when back then in Chennai. Marta Fierro for America, Anastasia, of course, and Dana. Thank you for your support and for your help. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very. Is it working? Yeah. Thank you very much, Francisco. Don't leave. We have a small award for you. Thank you for all your effort and support. And of course, we want to congratulate also Confederation of Chess of America. So for prolong this project, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francisco, for informing us about a very creative and useful project indeed. Before going to the next topic, let me stress that we have another special guest now, the former female world champion, Si Jun. And now I suggest to all of you, including of course our online audience, not to leave, because we are going to have a very interesting round table on how to balance work and family life, and with 4 people of enormous prestige. First of all, Tshepiso Lopang from Botswana, the first woman in history to be elected president of the African Chess Confederation. That happened in 2022, and before that, she had a long experience as player and arbiter. Tshepiso, please. We welcome back to Dana Reizniece Osola from Latvia, FIDE's Management Board Deputy Chair. I have to say that the first day I spoke to her, I was working as a journalist at that moment, was at the 2016 Chess Olympiad. Do you remember that? How can you forget it? She was Latvian Minister of Finance at that moment, but also a very strong player, so much so that she beat the world champion Hu Yifan that day. A few years later, Dana accepted President Borkovic's proposal to become one of FIDE's top officials, and I am a direct witness of her great sensitivity to social topics in general and specifically to women in chess. And what to say about Judith Polgar? I think she is one of the most important people in the history of chess. Judith. The only woman who has been in the top 10 when she retired from top competition in 2014, she decided to promote chess as an educational tool through her foundation. And the 4th speaker at this round table is, I hope, online from the USA. I'm sure Danny Renz has many interesting things to say on this subject for 2 reasons. As a chess commentator, he has interviewed many chess players, and as a chief chess officer of chess.com, a platform with more than 120 million users, I guess he himself faces the problem on how to conciliate this, his professional and family life. Do we have Danny with us?
I'm here. I'm not sure if you can see me or hear me, but I'm here.
Danny, how are you?
I'm great. It's a pleasure to be here. A little odd being the only one not there. I'm jealous of everyone in the room, but I'm really grateful. Thank you for having me.
I can imagine, and we thank you very much indeed for joining us today from the USA. Now, we have about 25 minutes, and there are 4 of you, so please keep to the point in its speech and in a spirit of synthesis, okay? This is important. Let's start with a general context question, and then we'll talk about chess in particular. Danny, I start with you, and the topic is the following. It is fair that the question of how to find a balance between career and family is more often asked to women than to men. Why does this happen?
I think it probably is fair. I think in a traditional lens, I think as most people view it, I guess the way the relationships are typically viewed with family, at least in the chess world, has been that the wife or the woman partner is the homemaker. I don't think that that's necessarily a sign of the future times or necessarily how it should be, but I think it is a fair, I guess, framing in terms of if you're asking why that has traditionally been the case. I had my first kid at 19. My wife was 21. We have 4 kids, and while our relationship, I guess from the outside world looking into the chess world, would look also traditional in that sense. Most people know me. Most people don't know my wife and kids. I would say our life at home has been very busy. My wife actually just entered university for the 4th time in our relationship, and at home I think we're relied upon, and we share duties pretty pretty fairly, but I think it's a fair view, and I think the chess world is starting to see more relationships that maybe are different to that. But I think that is a traditional way to look at it. Yes.
Thank you. Any opinion from here about this topic?
I can just add from my own experience from politics, because before I joined FIDE, yes, indeed, for more than 10 years I was in the top positions there. And I quite often, because I also have 4 kids, quite often got this question asked, so how do you really manage to do it? Poor kids, they probably miss you so much, yes, or, because people think that if you are a woman, then and you have many kids, then you either fail on job, but they saw that I'm good at that, or you fail at home. Yes, so they could not really accept the thought that you can do it and you can have it all. And this is something that I'm trying to say to girls and women. If somebody really makes you choose work or family, don't do that, because it's a false choice. You can have, and you can and should do it all. And yeah, my male counterparts, ministers, even if they had many kids, never faced these questions.
That's the truth, because you cannot choose between work, family, and associate. So you can be an all-rounder. It's so true.
Well, at the same time, I believe you have to have a husband of that type who is proud of the wife and supports it very much. That was in my case, for sure.
Let's go ahead. I'll throw out sets of questions as food for thought, and you choose the approach you prefer. This is the first set of questions prepared by the Commission, and this time we will start with Judith. I will read several questions. How do you manage the demands of a professional chess career while also making time for family? Can you share a moment when balancing family and professional commitments was particularly challenging, and how you navigate it? How has your family supported your chess journey, and how do they contribute to your success on and off the board? And finally, what role does family play in keeping you grounded in such a competitive environment?
This is not usual that you ask like 10 questions, right? It's like you start with white and you make 10 moves immediately.
But I know who I'm asking.
Yes. Well, first of all, it was, of course, I started to play chess when I was 5, so I had a very long career up to my first child was born. That was a big thing because I had a miscarriage before that. So later on, when Oliver was born in 2004, in 2005, I was fortunate to be qualified for the St. Louis World Championship tournament. And that was, I think, the biggest challenge for me because it was far away. It was a long event. So obviously, I took a few days before the tournament to go there. And it was 27 days. 27 days to be away from your child who is about 1 year old. I knew exactly that it can happen when I come back, that I enter into the apartment and he's just going to look at me and hesitating. Who the hell are you? I know you from somewhere. I knew this because I heard this is the case, and it was not a nice experience, I have to say, because already before that I had my training session very intensively, working on chess, working on my physical preparation, but I was waking up in the early morning so I can give a bath to my son Oliver, and in the evening I put him asleep. But I felt that I'm doing everything and I'm short everywhere. I think this is something very typical. Many women might feel that you want to do everything, but actually you feel that you're short everywhere. I got the support. I had a babysitter. My parents were there. My husband was extremely supportive. I didn't make a good tournament. So, But there, actually, my husband was wonderful because after like 15 days, it was clear that I'm having a bad tournament. He flew out to Argentina to support me there. But when I went home, it's a very memorable, difficult feeling what I had. But after 10 minutes, everything was okay.
Very nice story.
Okay. Thank you again. And regarding balancing of work, family, one thing I'll say to you ladies and gentlemen is you need to know how to prioritize your calendar. It's very important. Second point will be learn to say no. The reason why I'm saying you need to learn to say no is firstly, let me recognize the presence of Susan because she was so supportive. Mendur out there, they were so supportive during my chess journey. There was a point whereby I had a small baby, 2 weeks, and I had to go to the Olympiad. I told my mom, she said to me, chess is your life. So this kid is young, I'll take care of this kid. That's your mom and your dad giving you support. Fast forward to 2022. I realized or I noticed that I was expecting and I'm running for continental presidency. My elder sister was telling me, Tepiso, you can do this. There's lots of pressure. And people are insulting you on the Africa Chess Confederation group. You'll have a lot of pressure and chances of you miscarrying are high. I'm like, no, I'm going for this. She says, you know what? It's risky. I told her no. And I went for it and I managed. So sometimes you need to believe in yourself. Whatever you do it because nobody is forcing you to do it. Be self-driven. So coming back to family, you cannot do anything without your family. Learn to create time for your family after work. Of course, like Judith was saying, I have a 16 months baby and I'm here. Okay, we do video calls sometimes. It feels like, this woman is never there. But when I'm home, I create time for him. Because without family, there's nothing you can do. They're your backbone. Thank you.
I think my two tricks is how to balance it and manage is first not to try to be perfect, and this is a very difficult task for professional athletes who have succeed. I think they are there at the very top because they are kind of perfectionists. They always do the maximum and a little bit more. That's how you become a champion. Yes, if you are jumping half the way, it never works. So when somebody is telling you that it's okay not to be perfect, it's so difficult to accept. But that has been the magic thing for me. I mean, if you come to our house, you would see such a disorder there. Oh gosh. But it's very home-like. You will be very warmly welcome there. If you ask my kids if I'm the perfect mom, it's like, oh no, she's never there. But you would see that they love me very much. And the same everywhere. I'm not perfect. And that's, I think, the beauty. Yes, not being perfect. That means that you are a right personality. And the second thing, especially for strong women, it is very difficult to ask for help, because we can have it. We can do it all ourselves. Yes, and we are too proud quite often to accept this little help. And I think this is very important. Allow yourself to help. Allow your family to help you, especially your husband, because yes, they are proud with you because you are the strongest, the most beautiful, the smartest person in the world, the most beautiful one. But then at some point they feel that probably they are neglected. If you allow them to help you, that's actually a magical trick, because then they feel that they are useful and they become your chevaliers. Yes, and you can do more. So that's my two tricks.
Mm-hmm. Danny, what is your view on this group of topics?
First of all, I'm just listening and taking it all in. It's hard to follow up. It's hard to follow up these comments. It's amazing to hear all three of the women there speak about it. I want to echo something that Dana just said. I think that it's really hard to have balance at times when you are often a perfectionist, whether it's on the chessboard or at work and trying to build a business. But I would say that the idea that you're questioning whether you're doing a good job is probably the first step toward the fact that you are doing a good job. And I think that, my wife and I have had so many moments over 18 years of having kids where you just look at each other and go like, what are we doing here? Like, how is this even working? But I think the questioning of whether you're doing a good job is obviously an important one to be asking. And I think for me in particular, I feel like everything that was said was so amazing so far in regards to balance and all the challenges therein. I'll say that for me, my kids never really got into chess. We had 2 boys first and then 2 girls. So my oldest 2 boys, they always wanted to do other things, whether it was sports or music. And so I think that the question about grounding and balance, it was very easy as long as I made the commitment to leave what I was doing at work and focus on what was in front of me. It was very easy to be reminded that the stuff that I'm doing in chess kind of doesn't really matter to them in many ways, in all the healthy ways. And even as chess has become, I would say, more popular, I think that they ground you naturally because they see you as dad and they see you as what can you do to drive me to my friend's house. They don't really, care about what chess.com's success was. And the only last thing I want to say is that I think what Dana also said earlier also resonated with me and Judith's follow-up as well, just that I think that the stigma or the idea that family is a distraction or somehow makes you worse as a chess player, or obviously in my case, I had a family young and then ultimately did go away from a professional chess playing career, but starting chess.com around the age of 23, I would say became just as demanding as anything that I would have been doing as a player. I would argue that I also disagree with that perception. I think that family can give you even more purpose and more drive and in some ways balance you in ways that make you a little bit less selfish and a little bit healthier in your approach to whatever it is you're doing, whether it's a tough game, a tough tournament, or a tough thing in business. And so I also just disagree with any stigma that family sometimes gets put in a box as, oh, don't start a family because it's a problem or it'll make you worse at whatever your job is. And I just, obviously from my life, I can't agree with that. And even now, I know I'm not alone. My wife is not alone. Like I said, she's gone back to university for the 4th time in our marriage. She's pursuing a master's in counseling and wants to be a therapist. And so I have to remind her that, hey, you're not alone. Like, you can do this. Like, we're all doing this. The kids are older now. And I'm also home a lot because I work online. So I think knowing you're not alone is also a big part of what family brings. So I guess I'm just echoing all the amazing things I heard there. And hopefully that adds some perspective that I have on it.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point, definitely. Okay, another set of questions now about scheduling and prioritization, as Cepis already mentioned a little bit. And I think the first one, Dana, is special for you because you are traveling even more than I am. So, with a busy travel schedule and tournaments, how do you prioritize family time? And the other question is, are there specific routines or strategies you follow to ensure both your career and family get the attention they deserve?
Oh, that's the difficult one. But again, I've got my tricks there as well. Traditions are my method, how I keep the family strong, because they serve as anchors. Both me and my husband have been very busy in our lives, and kids sometimes, are missing us. But they know that there's certain things that whatever happens, they will be there, and that gives them this feeling of being grounded and this feeling of security and safety that they really much need. And those are sometimes very easy tricks, like Saturday pancakes and Sunday oatmeal that is prepared by me or Andres, my husband. Or twice a year we go to a family vacations, 1 week summertime, 1 week wintertime, where they know that this will be the time when I finally will put my mobile off and even if Dvorkovich calls, he needs to wait. Yeah, so, so this is what they're looking for. Then over the years, this has been the never-changing part, and I think that helps very much. That even the whole world turns around, there are some things that will always be there, and that associate with me, with family, and with our little, core in the world.
Okay. From my end, it's a bit complicated and it's a challenge because as a continental president, I am heading a confederation that is having a lot of undeveloped and developing countries. So most of the time, I have to engage with delegates. They don't care. At 2 a.m., they think there's something that they need to submit to FIDE. They need guidance. They'll call. I'm an engineer as a profession. I'm an engineer. My profession is an engineer. So at work, again, things I do, they're so demanding. I work in a mining environment. Sometimes you have to go on call-outs. And you can imagine I'm coming from like a congress. Now I'm going back home. On Friday, I'm on call. Where do I get this time to meet my family? Immediately you arrive, you're called at work to come and resolve some problem. Now you need to have, men above to guide you through this. So the strategy that I developed personally was that, we need to have a schedule. We pray in the morning and in the evening. So whether I'm here or back home, they know I need to dedicate this time to my family. So that this is the time that we connect. Whoever is having issues, they'll just say, no, mommy, I'm having challenges. Because I have a firstborn who is 18. I didn't have an opportunity to share my life with this young teenager. All I did was send him to a boarding school at the age of 8, I think, in another country. So whatever happens, I pray to God to say, okay, can you guide him? I have a spare weekend. I will ensure I drive to South Africa to spend some little time with him. I think that's the reason why I delayed to have my second kid, because, I noticed that, no, I'm not going to manage. So sometimes you don't have to delay, because learning from these two brilliant women, I noticed that, you can actually do it without even having to say, let me delay to start family. All these things can come when you are ready or not. Thank you.
Well, for me, I think in some ways it's easier, because when I was training at home, I was arranging my own time. So in the morning I could be with my kids. In the evening I could be with my kids. And when I was traveling, that was always more challenging. So I had to make sure to be able to play in a relaxed mode and focus and concentrate. That at home, either my husband stayed with the kids or we had some help. And this way I could manage to travel. But I think it is very hard to be a good parent. You can always blame yourself. You can always have a bad feeling. But sometimes I have the feeling you can say there is no good parent, and you can say there is no bad parent, like the glass is half full or half empty. Because whatever you do, when things are not going the way the kids like it, they can blame you. It's much easier to blame others than yourself, right? And of course they have to learn this, that what are the benefits of having those kind of parents who are ambitious, successful in their work, they love their work, they're passionate about it. So they can learn a lot from this. At the same time, it can be very challenging, because it's true indeed that maybe in some critical moment I'm not there. And it's not a good feeling, but I do like to believe that I gave a lot of things, which is a lot of positive things. Also, they are able to travel with me, or I can be the personality that can give them a lot in my mindset, the way I think about things, the way I approach things. But of course, I think the debate within yourself, it's always there. Whether was it good that I went back to play chess after 5 months old, Oliver was 5 months, I didn't have milk anymore, so I went to play in a tournament. And you can always fight with yourself, but this is what I could give, this is what I am. And I do hope that later on I also can give a lot to my children when they are adult already, so they are both on university. And I think, and I hope, and I think that, that we can give a lot of benefits to them in other ways.
Mm-hmm. Danny, having in mind how many times we met in different countries, I guess you also have interesting ideas on these topics.
Yeah, again, it's great to hear everyone speak about this, and I would echo, I guess, a point that Judah kind of made, that sometimes it's hard when you want to make your kids happy, but in reality, sometimes the things that make them happy aren't necessarily the same things that give them the muscles they need for other areas of life. I mean, you all want your kids to show the muscles of someone who can persevere and work hard and have character when it matters, but you know, you have to sometimes lead by example of doing hard things yourself, and then maybe that's the best teaching you're actually giving them in the long run. Of course, it's hard when you want to do everything you can and be there in every single moment. I think I shared quickly in the quick video we did for the conference here that the only way, I mean, this is super hard, right? I mean, if anyone pretends they have it figured out or that it hasn't like pulled at their heartstrings, they're probably just either not being a present parent or lying about it. I mean, this is hard stuff, but I think having missed holidays and having missed moments, but also been there for so many, I think the best you can do is be super present when you're there, and so that they experience what that's like. That someone can be successful and be doing things that really matter and leading by example, but also is always there when they're really there, right? And you have to have balance in what you're doing, because again, setting an example for them is just as important, in my opinion, especially in the long run, maybe more important than being there for every little moment that always seems like it's the most important moment. Anyway, but it is hard, and there's no world where you don't look back. Someone once told me that you will never look back and say, I spent way too much time with my kids. That's not the case. I have an 18-year-old now, and I go like, you know, it's crazy, right? How did he get 18? But it's at the same time, you know, you see skills and you see muscles and you see characteristics that they have, and you hope that some of those things came from the example you set, even if you maybe missed a few moments when they were little. So, but yeah, it's hard.
Mm-hmm. Now, challenges of parenthood, and we will start this time with Cepiso. I'm going to read again 4 questions as food for thought, and you choose what do you prefer. For those of you who are parents, how do you balance the pressures of being a top chess player or chess person on a top position with the responsibilities of raising children? Do you think being a parent has influenced your chess performance or the way you approach the game? Have family considerations ever played a significant role in the career decisions you have made? And the last one, how do you decide when to put family first versus focusing on a work?
Okay, in terms of choosing family first versus work, I'm sorry, my family comes first, because they are my backbone. Because sometimes when you are overwhelmed, you know, when you go back to the family, you are seeing this smile from your kids, you know, you calm down. So I'll say that family is very important for your career progressing. So if you want to progress, you have a strong family, you are ready to go, in short. So without family, you cannot succeed. Thank you. And then again, on parenthood challenges, okay, sometimes we miss some steps. You don't have this opportunity to see your baby crawl because you are not there, you are told, and come home, you know, you are so excited, you are seeing the moment, but deep down your heart, you know, you'll be willing to see that moment. And it's a challenge on its own because you have never witnessed that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I was always thinking, I don't know why, probably because I was reading too many books and talking to my grandmothers and listening to them, so that I had this dilemma, you know, can I afford to have a family, and would it not disturb my career or work? Because we also have this saying in Latvian that if you will have a baby, you will have a shirt. So somehow I always trusted the nature that if I will have a baby, I will somehow manage. And also because I thought that you know, my grandparents and grandparents' mothers, they had their babies during and post-war. So if they could do that, how could I fail? Yes, how could I fail? So this was the mindset that helped, not to hesitate too much and choose the family, choose to have family. So that was the first thing. The second one was more practical. Okay, the baby is there. You still need to work and want to work, so what to do? So, and then I also trusted the nature and didn't think too much of what is right and what is wrong. I just I was taking my kids with me. When I was the director of High Technology Park, I was there, and the baby was sleeping next to me. I was working. I traveled around this World Space Centers, the clean rooms, satellite building places with my baby on it. So, you know, the clean room sometimes got a little bit dirty with the diapers changed there. So, as a minister, I had my kids in the meeting. So first, my colleagues probably thought it's kind of unusual, but nobody objected, nobody dared. And then I think they had fun, and they also did the same. And even in the Ministry of Finance, when I was a minister, we destroyed the smoking room. I hope that one day in the tournament areas we will not have the smoking rooms, I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry for all the smokers. And we installed a babysitting room. So women really started to take their kids to work. They were not afraid, you know, because the school stops at, you know, finishes at 1, 2 o'clock. Their working hours last till 5. So quite often it was so useful for them that they could take their kids, not every day, but their kids to their work, and it was welcome. So this is, I mean, I don't know, there's no one recipe, but I think trust more the nature, trust more your own power, and somehow, you know, if you will do it with a self-confidence, others will also get encouraged and will support you.
Well, for me, it was definitely that everything changed. Priorities changed when Oliver was born. It was, we wanted him very much already. And I started to play more relaxed in some ways. And it was funny because when Oliver was 5, I played in Vaikanze. I played pretty well there. And already in the first tournament, I understood that chess tournaments can be a relaxation after having a baby. And I think I was not the only one. I think many ladies can say that going to work, it's kind of, you have to be focusing only on one thing in quiet. And later on, I met other players, participants, male participants in the event, like Onishuk or Kasparov or Kramnik or others, and it was absolutely the case for all the guys also once they had children, that they somehow increased their training sessions and training camps to have some quiet. And of course on tournaments, you just have to focus on the tournament. So of course priorities completely changed, but I also felt much better. I felt much more as a complete person. I wanted the family very much. And chess was very important for me, but it was not 110% as it was before. It was when I was not with the kids and when I was not cooking and doing other things, then I was focusing on chess, and usually I got less time, but most of the time I got more efficient. So your mind is changing quite a bit after a child, I think. But it doesn't mean you will be worse in your work.
Exactly. After Danny, I will ask each of you half last minute for conclusions or final thoughts, so think about it, please. And now, Danny, what is your approach to this group of questions?
Yeah, I mean, family definitely does come first, although as I was reflecting on it and as I was listening to everyone else and trying to think how I would answer it, it's hard in some ways because my wife and I mean, I was 17, she was 19 when we started dating, so she knew me as a an aspiring chess player, and then as my professional playing career failed and I turned into business, like we only ever knew a world where I was pursuing this to the maximum, and our life kind of grew around everything we were doing together, her support, and then, you know, my support of her and what she was doing. So it's almost like a tree grown into a fence. Like you can't really tell where it ends, and if you break one thing, the whole thing comes down. Like, so we figured it out, but family definitely came first. I think you prioritize the events that really matter, and you prioritize making that decision together with your spouse, with your partner. But you also acknowledge that there are things that are sacrificed, right? Where I was gone, and even if other people judged that I was gone, you know, she knew that my heart wanted to be home, but I had to do it, right? So as long as you have a supportive, I think, foundation, you're gonna be okay, even if you miss some big things or you know, or not. But I think the decision comes together naturally when you have a good foundation with your partner and with your just making choices that are sometimes hard. But I'll quickly say back to a question that was first asked in the series of questions. One particular way I do think that being a chess player and having a mindset that I did affected how I raised my kids. My boys played a lot of team sports, and anytime I was dealing with a son at home who wanted to point fingers at another teammate or say it was the coach's fault, I think that there's this inherent chess player skill that we have that we don't even know sometimes how self-reflective and how self-critical we really are. In some ways that can be hard, but in many ways it's actually a muscle that I think more people need. And I think it's one of the things that chess does for people when they're young and they don't even know it. Because when you lose a chess game, there literally is nowhere else to go besides to look in the mirror. And I was maybe overly even hard on my boys. Probably they would say so if they had the microphone. I think that, you know, I really didn't have a lot of patience for being a victim and for pointing fingers, and like it's just kind of how we've done things. And now probably chess is a tool with my girls in some ways to remind them that they can do anything, and they're already smarter than their brothers, because the truth is both the girls younger are already better at chess than the boys. So I use chess as a tool differently. And I wish I had pictures of my daughters winning chess trophies, but I don't right now. But anyway, I just wanted to share that. I think that chess is really helpful in building those kind of muscles of self-reflection, and that is a way that it definitely affected my parenting in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Okay, half a minute to each of you for final conclusions or ideas.
Okay, from my end, I'll say planning is key to balance work and life. That's it. You have your planning right, everything will fall into place. Thank you.
From my side, I very much hope that the next year we will have again such a conference, and we will have 3 men sharing their experiences, how they balance their family life and their job. But indeed, behind every successful woman, I believe it's worth to allow to be a very supportive and successful man. And as I told, let them help you, and then you'll succeed. Thank you to my husband, and I thank to all of those partners who help and empower women in their professional careers as well.
Well, I think I would say to girls, ladies, that they should believe in themselves. They should know what they want. If they want a family, they just should be planning it, what they want, and how they are going to be managing it. And if they have a good partner, then it will be no problem.
Mm-hmm. Danny?
Again, echoing everything that was said, I also think starting off life with the right partner, I think, and making sure you're thoughtful and making good, healthy decisions about the person you're sharing and maybe building your life with is probably the most important thing to start. And I definitely believe that family can add support and empower you and give you purpose in ways that it shouldn't always be a discussion of whether family is a distraction or not making you better at your job. I think they make you better in every way. So I think this is an awesome discussion, and I agree with Dana's suggestion. Next time we have 3 men on the panel and 1 woman joining from across the sea somewhere.
My personal conclusion is that it is extremely difficult to say more interesting things in only 25 minutes. So thanks a lot to the 4 of you. Danny, are you planning to go to Singapore in November for the World Championship match?
I don't know yet plans. It's why I'm not there, because family and balancing life. And I was just in Paris for our own speed chess championship, so made the decision to sit it out. Again, I'm super grateful that everyone had me. I don't know what our plans right now. We're still working it out, and we'll see.
Okay, see you soon, I hope. Yeah, and thanks a lot for your contribution. Very good indeed.
Thank you for having me.
And of course, to the three of you, thanks a lot. Thank you so much for very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a honor for me.
If I may, I would like to ask to join us one more member who actually could be a good speaker here because he is also balancing life and family and member of councilor of our commission who has 3 beautiful daughters. Can please join us? I think it's a great opportunity.
He's the first speaker for the next year's
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go to the next topic. Fortunately, chess is an attractive field for scientific studies, which are very important when we want to convince authorities or back up what we say. When we talk about gender equality in chess, we also need scientific support. At this Congress, we have an expert in that field, Grandmaster David Smerdon, a member of the Commission for Women's Chess. He is Assistant Professor of Economics at the University of Queensland in Australia. David.
Okay, hello everyone. What a hard act to follow. We just had that awesome panel and now you have to listen to an economist talk about statistics. I know that's not going to be easy, but don't worry. I've got an idea to make this a little bit more interesting as we go through. So as was mentioned, I'm an assistant professor of economics. In my normal life, well, I'm also a chess player. I'm skipping this round at the moment. But my normal life, I work on a lot of topics related to gender, topics such as female genital mutilation in Africa and child trafficking in Asia. Pretty heavy topics. That's what I do in most of my work. So the ability to apply that to chess is obviously very interesting for me. And you would think that closing the chess gap would be an easier problem than some of the things that I work on, but it turns out that it's not. So taking a research approach is incredibly important. We heard about that earlier when we had Nick talking from UNHCR. It's very important for non-governmental organizations. And the most recent FIDE leadership is very much focused on this as well. We saw it with the recent changes to the rating system as well. They want evidence, they want consultation, and then they make decisions, which wasn't always the case. So we're really moving in the right direction. Now, I said I'd try to make this a little bit interesting for you. One thing that's very important for me is not wasting people's time. So I'm going to go through the Gender Equality in Chess Index very briefly, just enough so that if you don't want to read the report, you've got enough. And if you want to know more, you can read the report. And then I will do something slightly controversial, because we are all here with a shared goal, a shared vision. We want to close these gaps, the participation gap, the performance gap. And we all have this sense of community, oneness. But the truth is that we are competitive people. We are chess players. And as the saying goes, if you want to make an omelette, you need to break a few eggs. So one thing missing so far from this conference is controversy. And I would like to give you the opportunity to participate, if you can bear through the research 10 minutes, to participate on a very controversial topic, women's titles. And hopefully that way we will spark a conversation, and let's see where we go from there. But let's start with the business as usual first. We want to close these gaps. I'm here talking about research. What you probably don't know is there is a lot of research happening by scientists in different disciplines going on around the world right now. This is one project, for example, that I'm a part of, Ho Yi-Fan is a part of, and it is spearheaded by a very good neuropsychologist at New York University, in addition to a number of other fantastic researchers. What do we know? We know that the participation gap is closing, fantastic, but it's incredibly slow, and we don't know how to speed it up. What else? Well, we know that the participation gap largely explains the performance gap, but unlike common wisdom that you might have heard before, it does not completely explain the performance gap. There are other factors going on, and it turns out that they are incredibly complex. Many good researchers are working on it, but because I'm standing up here, I'll only talk about 3 that I'm working on at the moment, but there are many others, very good people working on different things. I can tell you for sure that social stereotypes do play a role. It was work I did a few years ago. I can tell you that motherhood, the motherhood penalty, plays a role. Now that's obviously very important in the labour force, which is why economists care about it. And I can tell you that if you're a woman and you have a baby, you will lose ELO on average. If you're a man and you have a baby, you won't. Now, it wouldn't surprise people in this room, but we can show that very clearly statistically in work in progress. And I can also tell you that across the life cycle from the age of 8 through to 100, there are gender differences in the risk profile and the competitiveness that we see in chess performances as well. We don't know how much all these factors play a role. We're working on putting this together, but this is a complex issue, and it's just to let you know that there are people trying to make progress there. So what we tried to do in the Women's Commission over the last year is to create, and many of you will have heard about this, a gender equality in chess index. Now, why would we ever consider to do such a thing? This is not something new. You would all know about things like the Human Development Index, the Global Inequality Index. Indexes are very important tools used by organizations such as the United Nations and the World Bank to draw attention to issues, to put it on the map, to provoke interesting, sometimes controversial conversations, and to provide a metric, a measurement through which you can compare across countries, and also so that you can measure progress within a country. And that helps to empower organizations within countries to get more support and get a lot more attention for the efforts that they're putting forward. So we created this thing called the GECI or GECI. We never really worked out how to say the acronym, the Gender Equality in Chess Index. The method that I designed was based very closely on the United Nations Gender Equality Index. It uses 3 measures: participation, performance, and also progress, to give some sort of measure of recent events in junior chess for girls. It puts all those 3 things together statistically, and it gives one number for each country, which is a ranking of gender equality in chess. Now, that's obviously a very controversial thing to do. 105 federations got their rankings. Mongolia came first, Vietnam came second, Uganda came third, Georgia was the highest in Europe, and people started talking, and some people weren't very happy. Usually those people work for countries that didn't do very well in the rankings, and this is not particularly surprising. And some people said things like, well, the index must be wrong because how could Uganda be number 3? A country that doesn't treat women very well, it must be wrong. To that, it would be easy to say, did you read the report? Or, well, tell me exactly why it's wrong. But the best thing to do is to keep this conversation going, and we would say things like, no problem, that's fine. You tell me what measures you would like to use. We will run the numbers again, and we'll show you what we got. And that usually got them to think. Because the differences that we see are hard to explain by just cultural or one-off differences. So for instance, a country like Mongolia has 40% of its rated players who are women. Denmark has 4%. Now you might say, well, how can you compare Mongolia and Denmark? And that is fair enough. But that is a huge difference. There are a number of countries around the world, particularly in Southeast Asia, that have more than 30% of their chess players who are women. The global average is 10%. Why are these countries doing so well? Why are they 3 times better when it comes to participation? Now, if you don't agree with those metrics, give me yours, I'll run the numbers, and we'll have another conversation. Okay, I won't go into this in too much more detail. If you go to the report, you'll see a high-resolution map. The lighter colors here indicate better in terms of gender equality. You can see more numbers as well. You can download this report. It's got quite a few downloads already, and it explains in more detail that I won't spend time on here about those things, but I just wanted to put up a quick snapshot so that will encourage you to go and check out the website. But this is the important thing I wanted to mention. This is the first time that we presented the index, which means it is a cross-sectional index. It compares countries across just 1 year. The idea is to create it into a longitudinal data set. So what we're really interested in is find countries that are similar to you, sure, compare, see how things are going, but then see what happens 2 years later. Have you made progress compared to where your country was 2 years later? Have you made progress compared to what other countries have managed to do in those 2 years? So in 2 years' time, it'll be a much more interesting discussion, and then hopefully a more interesting debate. Okay, for more information, you can go to the Women's Commission website. There's a full report. At the back of it is a very long technical appendix that I'm sure nobody has actually read, or maybe a few of my economist colleagues have read. But if you have any questions about this, you can also write to me. I'm happy to answer emails on it. I also did a Perpetual Chess podcast about it to provide more detail. Okay, now, question. Should FIDE abolish women's titles? Let's break some eggs. Thank you. So Judith obviously opened the door to this recently, and she and I share a very important philosophy about let's get this conversation going, and maybe controversy is the way to do it in that sense. Now, what we're going to do is, well, first of all, I will give my little spiel about evidence-based decisions being super important. I think you've already got that by now. Now let's do something interactive because we have had 2 hours of conference without a break. So let's do something that actually gets you moving. What I'd like you to do is either scan this code or just go to menti.com and enter the code below. So either or, so either the things on the left or just scan the QR code on the right. And for our hybrid audience, our online listeners, you can do the same. I'm going to be as fast as I can, I promise. Okay, so if you go there, you should see one question. It says, FIDE should abolish women's titles, yes or no? This is completely anonymous. I cannot work out who did it. Nobody will ever find out. Give your answer, and you should be able to see it appearing. All right? If you haven't done it yet, I'm sorry. I'm going to go to the next one because, well, we've got actually 2/3, 1/3. That's really interesting. 2/3 say no, 1/3 say yes. You should be able to see it on your screen. This was a very mean question for me to give because I only gave you 2 options. Did you want a third option? Here is the third option. It's just appeared now. Exactly the same as before. FIDE should abolish women's titles. Yes, no, or I want to see the research first. Is there a fourth one? It what, sorry? There should be a fourth one. Yes, but later. Oh, how I wish this was an interactive session. You and I could chat much more about this, but I've already been given 2 warnings. Let me just say, this can be done. If you want the research on this or any other somewhat controversial topic related to things and objectives that we all share and want to achieve, the research can be done. You do it through a randomized controlled trial. The methodology is very clear. The United Nations is extremely clear about this being the best methodology to do it. You could measure it very simply with a Chess in Schools program that currently already run without the need for additional funding. But with external support, things would be easier. What do you need to do it? Number 1, a good research team willing to work for free. Luckily, we have that. 2, a partner program with access to Chess in Schools already. 3, limited funding, it's most important, limited funding required, and fourth, a genuine willingness to find out the results. With these 4 steps, we can answer this and other questions, and I hope I've sparked some conversations for the future. Thanks very much, and sorry for going over.
Thank you very much, David. I'm very bad in all this research system, but I won't.
Okay, thank you very
so
much.
much.
That's all right, we'll take it later. It's okay.
Thank you very much, David. What you are doing is really very important, and I'm convinced that chess needs more people like you from the scientific point of view. Let me introduce now a very versatile chess person who just 2 days ago has been awarded by FIDE as the best photographer. Woman Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich is also a very well-known journalist, commentator, and several more things. And she is going to talk about Chess for Peace, Refugee Women's Training Program. That's another project for refugees focusing on women in early adulthood from 18 to 23 years old and teaching them chess. This is a pilot project for Ukrainian girls held in Poland, supported by the International Olympic Committee, IOC. Anastasia, please.
Oops. Thank you. I had to run away from the broadcast to come to the conference, so then I will go back. Peter and Christian are waiting for me. We have the World Chess Olympiad at this moment. Yes, so I'm involved in 2 projects of FIDE, and I would like to talk about 2 of them. The first one is Chess for Girls in the Kakuma camp in Kenya. This project was actually launched 3 years ago by my great friend Anastasia Sorokina, who came out with the idea of doing this great project for refugees who are really far away in Kenya, but we have this project online, and for 3 years we are given the lessons, chess lessons with Salome Mele. You can see on your screens this picture taken from the computer. So basically every Saturday we come and like 200 girls listen to our lessons, and we try to interact and play the games with them. So we can go to the next slide. Oh, yeah, I can do it myself. Wow. So these are like the first meetings we had 3 years ago launching this program, and there are 3 schools involved in this project, as I said, and it's successfully runs for 3 years under support of IOC and of course FIDE, and Dana Reznica is always involved, of course, from the very beginning, and Women's Commission of FIDE, and the project was really successful. Already 3 generations of girls went through it, and I can tell you that these girls, I mean, they really know how to play chess, and they really believe that chess is something unique for them, and we are not only teaching them how to play, we also try to show them a completely different world through chess, and we also try to use benefits of chess. We explain that it's not necessary, you shouldn't be only the player, you can be an arbiter, you can be a teacher, and actually chess can give you many open different doors in your life. And you can see on this photo that chairperson of the Women's Commission, Anastasia Sorokina, went all this long way to Kenya and even met with girls, and these are the computer and the setup they have usually in Kakuma, where we have those lessons together with Salome. So for 3 years we have this project, and actually just I'm sure you've discussed it before, and just some tools I'm showing as well, that we are using also ChessKit and new technologies in order to make those lessons interesting, interactive for them, so they have fun, they don't have stress from chess actually, but actually joy, and they normally like those lessons and they have fun. We are trying to also bring them more confidence and have fun during those lessons. So what I'm trying to say also, that I'm very, very sorry for the situation which happened during this Olympiad, and the fact that girls didn't come here. So my biggest wish was to finally meet them, to hug them, to interact with them, and the fact that they didn't make it makes me so sad, and that's why I'm a little bit more emotional than usual. And what I wanted to say that this project, I believe, is a very successful project. It's absolutely great project, and we have to continue it for another 2 years perhaps in order to still make it possible for girls to come here and you know, not to cheat them this way how it happened, you know, because I cannot imagine what they're going through right now, knowing that this Olympiad is taking place and they didn't make it. Yes, so I really hope it will happen one day and that we will meet. So just to finish on a positive note, this project is really great, and really looking forward for a few more years of teaching the girls. And we have a special video prepared to show you a little bit what's happening in Kakuma.
Hello girls, hello, nice to see you today, hello. I was very happy to meet you in person, and today you will have a lesson with your teacher. I hope you will enjoy it.
My name is Susan Adela Kau. I study at Angelina Julie Girls, and I'm a Kakuma Girl Chess Club in Kakuma. I like chess because it helps me in creative thinking. It also helps me in life skills, and through this it has also helped me in critical thinking. I'm now a great mathematician. Thank you.
My name is Sylvia Tete Mario. I'm an active chess member in Kakuma at Angelina Jolie Girls. The main reason as to why I like chess club, it helps me a lot in critical thinking, and also it improves my intellectual abilities.
The funny thing is that at the beginning of the video, we were in Norway during the Norway Chess tournament together with Anastasia Sorokina, and we actually started that lesson together. It was really funny. And actually, wherever I would go, I would show girls around, and I would show them the playing venue, and I would explain them what's going on, where we are, and the same Salome would do. So we were trying to show that the world is big through chess, and that it's not only about Kakuma, it's also, you know, it's huge, and chess gives you many, many different opportunities in life. You meet many friends, you travel around the world, and we were trying to give all this for them. And the second project I was involved very much, was the project Chess for Peace, project for Ukrainian ladies, which also was started by Anastasia Sorokina, Women's Commission, FIDE, with support of IOC, and this is of course a very special project for me. When the war started, this lady was thinking, how can she help? You know, what she can do in order to give some support through chess, through something she knows and she likes, in order to help girls who were, of course, in a difficult situation. And this project was born literally in front of me, and the idea came, and at the beginning it seemed like unreal, but actually all this happened throughout the year. And so the idea of the project is on your screens. I don't want to go because I have limited amount of times, but the idea was that a few girls from of certain age category who were involved in chess. They took part in this project, and they were we had great, you know, support also from very experienced and dear friends like Natalia Zhukova, Vladimir Baklan, and Natalia Rezhenko, myself. We were given some lessons, and we were trying through chess show them also the positive side, and cheer them up, and give them new ideas how chess can influence their life, and bring them some new prospects. I mean, being in such difficult situations during such difficult times. So the project lasted for 1 year, and it's still actually on the way, because all of them are here right now. And it started in Warsaw, in a fantastic, small but very nice place, Chess Corner, where they all came, and we had very nice interactions with them, and lessons, and some chess events, simultaneous exhibitions, tournaments, and then it continued online with some chess lessons and different types of activities. And then, and also again, we had another meeting in Warsaw, and at the end, every participant had to make a presentation and explain what actually they learned during this period of time, what this project gave them. We also visited Grand Chess Tour. We were very lucky that this session took place in Warsaw during the period of time when Grand Chess Tour was taking place, and we managed to meet with Magnus Carlsen and Garry Kasparov. It was absolutely amazing experience for all of us, and it continued with some hand and brain activities in the chess corner. You can see also Natalia Zhukova there, 2 times European champion, and Tony Rich, member of Women's Commission, and also, of course, big supporter of Women Chess and other chess events in US. So we had all this fantastic experience, and actually we'll see the video soon, and also girls will come and they will tell by themselves actually what they feel and think about this project. So I would like to show the video first, and then we will hear from them everything. Thank you.
To make a change for me and for other people, for Ukrainian, for Ukraine. Yeah.
I am really excited about it because it all seems so cool. It is very well organized. I don't think I've ever seen something more organized than this.
Okay, main goal of the project to show to the girls that in chess there is a lot of professions, and all borders that you build by yourself. So be brave, be smart, be initiative, and you can achieve whatever you like in your life.
My own school, chess school. I want to create a society when people can grow through chess.
Chess is my childhood, and I have always been dreaming about taking part in tournaments and such events, and I was extremely happy when I got an invitation from Chess for Peace, and that it means all for me.
Being a member of the chess family, you learn what solidarity is, and we feel that we need to use chess as an excellent instrument in our hands to help.
I like this initiative. This is something awesome that we work here together with Olympic Committee, with Ukraine, with FIDE, International Chess Federation. This is also a great experience for us.
Yes, for peace!
So girls, can you please come to the stage?
Thanks a lot, Anastasia, for everything, including this FIDE 100 Years Award to the best photographer. Congratulations. And now we have 5 participants of the FIDE Chess for Peace project, and they are already at the stage. I mentioned them: Anastasia Osatchuk, Anna Lazarova, Hanna Malahadko, Victoria Konovalova, and Polina Stepanova. But we have somebody else who is a very remarkable person, by the way. Natalia Zhukova is the ambassador of the FIDE Chess for Peace project for Ukraine. She is a GM, a Chess Olympiads winner, a European Women's Champion, and now I think you are Odessa City Council member. Thanks a lot, Natalia.
Elected Vice President of Chess Ukrainian Federation.
And the day has 24 hours for you, or some?
Sometimes it's not enough.
Okay. Well, seriously speaking, thanks a lot for all you are doing under very difficult circumstances. Thanks a lot indeed. So the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, so my name is Anastasia Osechuk, and today obviously we'll be talking about Chess for Peace project and an amazing project. So I want to say that it's truly one of the best moments in this year, because it is the endless inspiration, the development, and the broadening of horizons. It's really warm and friendly relationship. You can see this, and it's learning from the best experts. I would like to tell in a few words about changes of every participant of this project. So Hanna Malakhatko was inspired actually by Anastasia Karlovich's speech about professions related to chess. And media part of it. So since Hanna's been always interested in photography, she launched her Instagram account, and now she travels a lot and tells stories with her chess queen from its name. Polina Stepanova. Polina was inspired by Anastasia Sorokina and Denise Burko's speeches about social impact. Polina devoted herself to volunteering, and now she gives lessons for kids with autism. She's eager to make a difference in this area and is planning to launch a social project, since chess can make kids' lives better. Victoria works as a chess coach for kids in the kindergarten and school. Her dream is to create a chess space where kids could not only play chess, but also enjoy delicious and healthy sweets. During the project, Anna discovered common traits in personalities of both participants and speakers, clear thinking and maintaining structure in all areas of life. So this inspired her to apply chess in cognitive behavioral therapy. And actually, it successfully influenced the restoration of her clients' cognitive functions and the overcoming of anxiety states and rumination. Katya is not here, but she with us always in our heart, and we keep communicate with her. So Katya is an artist for whom chess serves as a great inspiration. She often uses the metaphor of chess in her paintings. And also she became a head of a chess club in Riga together with her boyfriend, and led it for 7 months. I run a chess school for adults, which is the very first one in Ukraine. With Katya together, we create content and visuals for our school, and also with Katya, we create some chess videos on Instagram and YouTube for a chess store, which sells its products in the USA and Canada. Inspired by the social chess projects of Frank Droin and Dana Reznietsa-Ozola, I started to develop a project, Chess, as a part of rehabilitation, socialization, and adaptation of the Ukrainian warriors. So it's work in progress now. Natalia Zhukova inspired most of us to participate in chess tournaments more and keep improving our chess level. Sorry. It was a pleasure to improve the chess skills as well, thanks to our coach, Volodymyr Baklan. So great to meet and communicate with such interesting people during our playing activities like tournaments, simuls, backhouse chess, and hand and brain. So we are entirely grateful to Chess for Peace project, to all the speakers, teachers, and all the people who were involved, for new ideas, connections, and for different shapes of love to chess. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. If you can join the girls, like for photos. And I would like to tell that when the idea of this project was born, we want to give a signal to all community that such a projects could be done in other sports as well. It's so many people who face the difficult situations in their life. They have to move to different countries. It's a lot of refugee all around the world. And this, if you remember what you did when you was kid, maybe you can use this as profession. And as you can see here, girls find something special for their life from chess. So, and I think it's our motto again, Suna Sumus. FIDE motto is working here perfectly, and we feel really as one family, and I wish girls good luck in their life and professional development, whatever it will be in your life. And of course, always remember chess. And I would like to thank all our trainers and people who was involved in this project, but two of them is here today. It's Natalia Zhukova, ambassador, best ever role model for Ukrainian chess. So Natalia. Thank you so much. And of course, not only best chess player, but one of my best friends. And another my best friend, it's Anastasia Karlovich, who is always supporting all my ideas. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you.
We all know that Sagar is also running out of time. He had to came here. So.
Thanks a lot to everybody involved in this fantastic project and so sensitive and touching. Now, after 41 years working as a chess journalist, I can assure you that communication is one of our weak points. That's why the following presentation is very important. Let me introduce a very prominent colleague, Sagar Shah, co-founder and CEO of ChessBase India. His speech is about mastering the chess content game. Sagar.
Thank you, everyone. This is my first time that I'm talking on in any FIDE event, so I'm glad here. The topic that was given to me was mastering the chess content game. I thought I'll word it a little differently and make it creating a thriving ecosystem through content. And I just want to first show you what we have managed to achieve through ChessBase India. So we have a YouTube channel which is quite well known. It has 1.88 million subscribers and 13,000 chess videos. And it has 1.6 billion views, which makes it the second most popular channel in terms of views after Gotham Chess. On Facebook, we have 205,000 likes and 1.1 million followers. On Instagram, 376,000 followers. On Twitter, we are approaching 100,000 followers. And on our website, which is chessbase.in, we have around 100,000 users every month who come. And in the month of August, which was previous month, we had 92.5 million views on YouTube and 1.8 million watch hours. So I spend a lot of time on social media creating content, and I want to share how I do it, and perhaps there are some ideas for others. Just so that you know, like ChessBase India is not just limited to India. From the total 1.6 billion views that we have, 49% is India, but then there are the other countries. There is US, Indonesia, Philippines, and so on. So there are people from all across the world watching. My first point is, when you want to do something on social media, it's very good to have a vision. Like, why are you trying to create something? And perhaps for me, the biggest vision was to create a chess ecosystem in India. At some point, it became a vision for me. So this is something which is very useful to have at the start. Then you need to create content to fulfill this vision. And for me, it was like a player first approach. Like, whatever is done, let's put the chess players first there. Like, wherever it happens, whatever happens. And while creating the content, you start understanding the algorithm. Like, you first have a vision, you create the content, then the social media has its algorithm. You will invite your friends and so on, and some people will like what you are doing and so on. But then there is an algorithm in every platform. Let's say Facebook has its own, Instagram has its own, YouTube has its own, and you will see that certain things work better, certain things do not. And this, understanding this algorithm is very useful. And then the algorithm can only be tested through experimentation. You cannot, like, you can talk to a lot of people, but if you start experimenting about it, then suddenly you will realize that, oh, this works well. What happens with many people is that they are too shy to experiment. And I think putting out different kinds of content, even if something worked, but something doesn't work, it gives you some ideas. And then find a way to make your vision meet the algorithm. I think this is one of the toughest parts, because imagine the algorithm is something that people enjoy, but your vision is not getting met through it. What would happen is that eventually you will start getting tired at some point creating content. And so your vision should come first and then the algorithm. Be careful about what you are creating, because it might just work. This is actually true, because if it starts to work, the problem is that people want more of it. And it's like the algorithm is a monster that needs to be fed all the time. Imagine you are not enjoying it, but people are enjoying it. So every day morning you have to wake up and do it, because then otherwise it won't get the traction. This is the worst possible situation to be in. And that's why I would say it has to start with your vision and not with numbers. If the work you do doesn't resonate with your vision, it usually leads to burnouts. And I think one of the reasons why I've been able to do it constantly for more than 8 years now is because it resonates with my vision. Or every day I wake up and I enjoy doing it. So just want to share, when you put up 3 minutes, it means that were 3 minutes left, or I spoke for 3 minutes? Okay, there were only 3 minutes left. Got it. How much is left now? Oh, 1 minute. Okay. Let me just flip through this very quickly. So we built Help Chess, which is a charitable trust. And what we do is, on our streams, we give a shout out to people saying, can you contribute? And then people contribute and their names come up there, and we help young chess players in need of funds. In this tournament itself, the Olympiad, we raised 5,74,000 for chess players just by streaming. The stream is going on right now. I'll go back there. we have a membership option on YouTube where people can become members. Anyone who becomes a member, we have a laptop fund. So 14 chess players received laptops last year. I think social media has a huge power. This boy comes from a state of Jammu Kashmir in India where there are not many chess players, and doing interviews with him helped people realize that, oh, he's a talent in our state. I think he got more support, and recently, just 3 weeks ago, he became an IM. We started the Teach Chess India program where we need volunteers to teach chess at different places like the orphanages, children homes, and so on. So in the streams, we would say anyone who wants to join us, fill in the Google form. Again, at this Olympiad, we got 144 volunteers who signed up. So I think this is the power of social media. It is free flow of information in any ecosystem. It helps to build an ecosystem if you have a vision. And I want to thank my friends here who actually inspired me. They are comedians. Samay is one of them, and he kind of showed me how a chess ecosystem can be made without speaking, you know, through his actions. And I have this feeling that social media is a lot like this. If you throw a bottle of water on the road, a few years later you will have nanoparticles in your heart. You know, whatever you put in there, something will come back after a point. So be careful what you are creating. Thank you, Francesco, for that example. And here is my final point. Adam Smith used to say, he generally indeed neither intends to promote public interest nor knows much he is promoting it by directing that industry in such a manner as its produce may be of greatest value. He intends only his own gain, and he in this, as in many other cases, led by an invisible hand to promote an end which was no part of his intention, nor is it always the worse for the society that it was no part of it. By pursuing his own interest, he frequently promotes that of the society more effectually than when he really intends to promote it. This was mentioned to him. I don't agree with it. I feel that intention is very important. You have to sort of feel it, what you are doing. And I think an intention to create a world filled with love is, I think, is something that resonates with me. And for the logical people, a rising tide lifts all boats might be a good idea. So competition, market leaders, market share, all of this makes very little sense to me. And I think there's not just a slice for everyone. There are many pizzas waiting out there to be discovered. So subscribe to ChessBase India. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I thought I was like, I had 10 minutes, so I was a little bit surprised when it came. I prepared for 10, but sorry if I overstayed.
Thanks a lot, Sagar. I guess you have to run now to follow how India is doing with the USA, right? Playing for the gold medal.
Yeah, maybe they will win perhaps.
Okay. Thanks a lot. The following topic is also part of what I call the great black hole of chess in the world. We have to improve a lot in communication, as I already said, but not only, also in marketing, image, attracting sponsors, and so on. And of course, that affects improving the situation of women in chess. A specialist in this field is Ilya Merenson, CEO of World Chess. He's, I think, online from Germany, and his topic sounds very interesting: building a unique brand identity in chess. How are you, Ilya?
Hi, nice to hear you and see you. Long time.
Maybe they can raise the volume.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now it's much better.
Nice to see you and hear you.
If you are ready, please go ahead, Ilya. And thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you.
Of course. Hi, everyone. I'll be quick, and it's been a pleasure to listen to other speakers. Mine is about marketing, and I'll just quickly tell you what we've been doing and what conclusions we came to when we kind of tested different kinds of marketing. So the key event of or a key kind of product of chess or a key unit of chess is chess clubs. And many people came to us and asked how to market chess clubs and how to do them profitable or interesting. And so we prepared this speech, and I'm happy that I have a chance to share it. So I'll just quickly go through some ideas we tested. We looked in chess merchandising, for example, World Chess Championship sets, and it's ironic how little branding is in chess, and specifically in the main product we have, the chess set. So any ideas in that are very, very useful, and the market is picking up right now. About $100 million worth of chess sets a year are being sold, excluding travel sets like the ones sold in Greece or in tourist spaces. Logos. I'm not sure if you've seen many designs of chess clubs, but we feel that it needs a little bit of refresh, and I suggest using as much creativity as possible, because chess clubs and chess federations, for that matter, look a little bit outdated, and people have changed, but the design of chess clubs and chess in general has not. So if you experiment, it will bring more attention. Things around chess also make sense. This is an example of beer we're making in Germany for chess players. And we just discovered recently that in Germany, when you go to play chess, you kind of instinctively order beer, because people in Germany played in Späti, in kind of beer gardens. So, but it works for other countries as well. And it's not only about beer, of course, it's about watches or about clothing and anything that can connect to chess. And this is our experience with merchandising, like t-shirts, and it's one of the most popular things we sell online as well. So experiment with different kinds of merchandising connected to your club. Books as well. I'm not sure, you know that chess books look kind of similar, at least from the cover, and making them a little bit more engaging is or might be a good idea. Finding ways to show chess on television, and again, we're working on it as well as everybody else, so it's not a big surprise, but at least some success is there, and making it available or accessible to those who don't understand chess is a big deal. So, for example, when Bloomberg showed some of chess, they really asked to make sure that the level of commentary or a level of engagement is accessible to everyone. Chess is a huge environment, huge space, and to show this, we created this map of chess openings with top toponyms in their name, like Berlin Defense and stuff like that, and it populated a huge map. So chess is big, and imagine that basically every city in the world has some sort of chess experiments, like Chelyabinsk. I'm from Chelyabinsk, and obviously we know Chelyabinsk lines, and imagine opportunities it can give to any city you can imagine. And by the way, if you'd like us to give you data on this, you're welcome to contact us. We looked at the fact that chess has its own patron saint. It's Saint Teresa of Avila, and we did the icon, and now we're kind of just about to release it. But ironically, this is also a way for those who are in the Christian space to connect to chess via kind of an official icon, an official patron saint. We in fact contacted the Catholic Church who approved it. So we have chess now has this phenomenal opportunity. Also, I wanted to kind of mention marketing events and making sure that logos and the way it looks is well positioned. Shops, I'm not sure if you've been to recently to chess shops, but if they look amazing, then the image of the sport will improve as well. Even small bits can look really, really cool. So even the chess set on the bed looks good if you kind of do it right. This is also an example of a chess club logo. Again, if you have a chess club or you don't have a logo, you feel that you need one, just come to us and we'll share some images which we have available. Like this one is from Berlin. And the final note is that when we tested all of this marketing, we discovered that actually the chess players themselves are the true stars. And my suggestion is if you market a chess club or chess something, make sure that you have a star, like a chess player, to represent it and invest, if you can, efforts or money into promoting the chess players, because this is what will really pay off. That's it for me.
Thanks a lot, Ilya Merenson from Germany. I hope to see you soon again. Thank you.
Likewise.
If we ask ourselves how to improve gender equality in chess on very concrete measures, we must mention the Norway Chess Tournament in Stavanger, Norway, one of the most important in the world, where this year the prize money in the women's tournament was equal to that of the tournament where all the players were men. I'm convinced that you want to know more about this and about the philosophy of the tournament in general. And for that, we are joined by Kjell Madland, founder, chairman, and tournament director of Norway Chess, and co-founder and board member at Norway Summit. And he's joined by Dea Majoli Egeli, marketing manager of Norway Chess and Norway Summit. The topic is Norway Chess from vision to global prestige. Kjell and Dea, please.
Thank you very much for having us. It's very nice to be here. It's an honor, of course. Norway Chess, it's us. We are not a very big organization. Yeah?
Sorry. Little mix up there. Yes, so my name is Dea. I work as the marketing manager for Norway Chess and Norway Summit. Started in March this year, so I'm relatively new still. But I work with these amazing people. We're a small team, but we also collaborate with so many other people. But this is our core team. Yes, so we also have Benedicte Vestreskog, who has been with Norway Chess since the start as well with Kjell. She's the co-owner and general manager of Norway Chess, and also the co-founder and CEO of Norway Summit. And then we have Maria Fergaki, who's sitting there. She is our social media manager, and very, very talented at that. And she will be speaking after as well.
Yeah, and I am Kjell Madland. And I was founding Norway Chess in, the first tournament was in 2013, so it's very many years ago. So I worked alone for a couple of years, and then Benedicte was on board, and we have been a small team all the time, but also have collaboration with a lot of nice people out there. This is, we are proud of this. Gary Kasparov was visiting Norway Chess first time in 2014. And of course, this statement is a very big statement. It was already the second year in the tournament, and he said to the media that yeah, he was very excited of the tournament, and he said that Norway Chess is the Wimbledon of chess, and it was very huge thing for us to hear him say. Norway Chess, well, the Norway Chess is a very important tournament now in the top segment. Norway Chess attracts the best chess players in the world, and it's one of the most attractive tournaments. And we attract interest from people all over the world. And in 2024, I mean, in May, June this year, we organized the first equal super tournament for women. And we felt that was a very big move in the world of chess. And I will say that this is something I feel that big tournaments have a kind of is responsible to do something with this, because when we have the attention, we need to do something good. And I think this was something we have dreamed of for very many years. And how did we get there? This is from 2013, and you can see the pictures. It's different, and well, it was for us groundbreaking. Magnus Carlsen was a rising star in chess, but he was not yet a world champion. There was no super tournaments in Norway or in the other Nordic countries. There was very few tournaments globally with a commercial focus, and the tournaments were not tailored to TV and the entertainment industry. And we wanted to highlight all the players as great sports stars and professionalize chess as sports on television for all people. So already in 2014 we had this chess tournament over 50 hours every year on national TV. And we have been true to our vision and mission since the start, and I will say that's very important, because you have to know where you want to go, and the vision is the road. So our vision was to transform chess to become a major part in the sports and entertainment industry. And the mission was to host the premier chess events, showcasing top talented, promoting inclusivity, and delivering an innovating viewing experience that captivates both new and seasoned chess fans. And innovation have always been a very important thing for us, to do something new and to try to involve not only the biggest chess fans but also many other people. So we included schools, we included children and education, and we hosted a business conference, Norway Summit, and tailored the tournament to a TV audience. We built an attractive sponsor concept, and that was very important in the way we was thinking, and introducing innovative changes to the game format. So we started with Armageddon directly after main game, and we had this confessional booth there players could go into and talk to the TV cameras under their games. And we had we did a lot of things with time controls to do it easier for the TV stations to know how long the program should be. And we made a new point system to make more pressure to try to get the players to try to win the games. So after we have did this, we had before it was, I think it was 15% of the games who ended with a victory, and after we did these changes, there is over 50% of the game who end with victory. And we want to have a big focus on fair play, and always invited top players, and now also the first equal tournament for women. And where are we today? That's always a good question. Norway Chess is a prestigious tournament for world top players. And we have been commercial sustainable for 12 years. And all this is income from sponsors and TV and things like that. And also this is the tournament in Magnus Carlsen's home country. And we have innovative production and huge media coverage. There is a lot of people who is interested in this tournament, and we get a lot more attention this year after we did this with the women's tournament. And we are highly respected in the chess world and also full supported by FIDE, and that's also important for us. Yeah.
Yeah. And what is, 3 minutes. We might have to extend that a little bit. What is fascinating about Norway Chess is that it's also about more than just chess, or more than just the main tournament. We organize a number of side events, and you can always almost view it as a festival of things happening in these 2 weeks that we're hosting the tournament. We also host the Norway Chess Open, which is an international open tournament where you can achieve IM and GM titles. And we have around 20 different countries, people from 20 different countries attending. We focus a lot on children's education, and we host children's tournaments. This year we hosted a children's tournament in a park where the children played on these large chessboards. It was amazing. We do a lot for sponsors. We allow our sponsors to organize events during the tournament where they can invite their employees, partners, and guests. And we assist with all the planning and execution of that to create a great experience. We have events for VIP guests, of course, during the tournament. We arrange boat trips, hikes, and different gatherings. And we also have a business conference called Norway Summit, which utilizes the network of Norway Chess, where we get top speakers from all over the world. And they lecture on topics like technology, economy, and sustainability. So for us, our values are very important to us. And yes, and these are the beliefs that make us who we are and what we stand for. As Shell mentioned, innovation is at our core. We always try and up our game every year and do something new. Inclusivity is very important for us. Having the respect for everyone, despite their background, despite beliefs, all of this. Very important. We have a strong moral code. Transparency in our communication, accountability, We're very open with everyone we work with. And then professionalism, having that level of professionalism is key for us in everything we do. Educational, we want to make chess. We want to make it understood by more people. We want to reach out to a mainstream audience. That is our goal. And competitive as well. We want to create a competitive arena for chess players, but we also, of course, we want to stay competitive as a chess tournament. And we, I mean, Norway Chess has been a strong tournament since it started, but I think maybe 2024, this year, might be the strongest year yet. Because we've had a lot of we have a lot of different broadcasts during the tournament. We have had TV2, which is a Norwegian TV channel, which has been with us since 2024, and they have, in a collaboration with us, we have introduced chess to the mainstream audience in Norway. So. So their broadcast has made chess more understandable to the common person. And of course, we have a collaboration with chess.com, which you all know about. And this year, we did something new that was our own broadcast, which we did a pilot version of, where we partner up with different TV stations and OTT channels in India, China, and a few countries in Europe. Where we also are aiming to create a more mainstream chess broadcast. And yes, and also in terms of press and media, 2024 was a very good year because of our international broadcast that we did, and we only did this in maybe 2 months. We planned and executed this new broadcast. But we got a lot of coverage in India. There was over 30 million daily readers on around 3,000, I think, Indian online and newspaper articles. In China also, we had over 6.1 million views on articles about Norway chess. And in Norway, there was around 900 print and newspaper articles. And globally, we have also been featured in various other online and print newspapers, including New York Times and Financial Times. And then social media was also perhaps our best year, or it was. Maria will be speaking more about this, so I'm not going to say too much, but what we do is quite unique because we've only focused up until now. We've only focused on organic social media content. We haven't run any ads or anything like that on social media. So we got very impressive numbers. And we had a very strong social media team with us this year. So we ramped that up, as well as the broadcasts. We got over 130 plus millions video views on Instagram, including collaborations with various other accounts. We had 51 plus million total views on YouTube and 4.8 million engagements across social networks. So we were very happy about that.
Yeah. So I think that we have always focus to include women in Norway chess, not always as players, but in important roles. So the first year already we have a chief arbiter was the woman, and I think the time is very close to go out. So I think we should go directly. We have a movie at the end, so we want to show this movie.
We were going to talk a little bit more about our women's tournament, but this movie that we will show it gives a very good idea of the women's tournament. And yeah, 2024 was our most important year in elevating women's chess. So yes, I think let's go. We want to just say first also we have the dates ready for Norway Chess. It's May 26th to June 6th, 2025. And just like we did this year, we will continue, of course, to feature the women's tournament, the parallel women's tournament. And yes, we also have exciting plans for the future, so you should all follow us and stay tuned. Oh, there's no sound? Yeah.
I think we have some technical issues with the sound, and while our technical team trying to fix it, I would like to thank Norway Chess team to be our guest today and to be with us. And I would like to give our certificate of appreciation to all team, Shell, there, and of course to our new mom, Benedicte. Thank you so much. I hope you can pass it to her. But the last thing what I want to add, this year was really special for women chess because Norway Chess established, as I just presented, first ever tournament where the prize money was the same as in the men tournament. So it just imagine that women played for the same amount as Magnus Carlsen and the world champion Dean Leren. So, our great thanks from on behalf of FIDE Women Commission goes to Norway Chess Tournament. I know that it's just the first edition, and I hope for us it's the best ever tournament. For me personally, as I've been many times arbiter there, and I wish you good luck, and I know that Norway Chess has a lot of plans, and hopefully we very soon will see huge progress, more and more and more. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Are we okay with video? No. Okay. Okay. We will post it in our social media if Norway Chess allowed us later. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Shell and Dea. I was in Stavanger a few months ago, and I can tell you that all they are doing there is really very high quality. And as we find this topic very interesting, we will complement it with another vision, that of Maria Frakaki from Greece. She is social media manager of Norway Chess, and she is going to talk about social media role in chess, lessons from Norway Chess and the pursuit of major sport status.
Thank you. I'm really happy I'm here, and I have my boss and my manager in the audience, so no pressure. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm really privileged. Thank you for the invitation, Anastasia. It's always a great honor to share the podium with people that you admire, that you look up to, that you've been looking up mostly all of your life. So I'm here today because some people were very impressed by the results, the social media results that we had in this year's event. And to be honest, I was also very impressed, and I was also surprised. But we need to start from the beginning so that we get some context in the story. I started with Norway Chess in 2023, and I started right before the event. And back then, I was a solo artist. Benedicte and Hel were generous enough to trust me with their social media, and we got some nice results. We got 11 million video views on social media. We got 6.4 million views on Chess.com and Chess-Base India. I haven't mentioned that. On YouTube, we went viral on Instagram with one video with 9 million views. And generally, we had a big growth on our Instagram. We went from 7,500, yes, to 16,500, yes, I'm saying it right, thank you, in just 2 weeks. And overall, we had a growth of 250%. These are cool numbers, right? I mean, I was fine with them. The organizers were happy with that. Everyone was happy. And then we come to 2024. So in 2024, I wasn't by myself. Of course, we had Dea, the marketing manager, but also we had 4 more people on the team. We had Abhyudaya Ram from Chess-Base India, who was doing video editing. We had Katie Tuchalasvili, who was doing vlogs from the video that you didn't see, and social media. We had Charlize Van Zyl, who was doing social media and interviews, and we had Waibav Gare from Sports Interactive, who was doing B-rolls, and we were all working together, but we didn't know each other, so we had to figure out a way to work together for the first time. What we got was 51K new followers across 5 channels in 2 weeks of the event. Our TikTok went from 100 followers to 20K in just 2 weeks. Our Instagram went from 24K to 41K in 2 weeks. Solely one video on Instagram did 37 million views and 3.2 million likes. This is something that we've never seen before. I've never seen before, even on Chess.com. I don't know. I hope Dan is not listening because, you know. We had 14 videos hit more than 1 million on Instagram and on TikTok in 2 weeks. We had 5.8 million engagement across 5 channels, 147 million video views across 5 channels, and 1.5 million views on our own for a year inactive YouTube channel. We didn't use the YouTube for a year, and just in the event we hit 1.5 million views. We had 49 million views on Chess.com, Chess24, and Chess-Base India YouTube channels for Norway Chess because they were broadcasting the event live. And in all of this, we had 85% of our content which featured our sponsors. So these numbers are overwhelming. I remember getting into the meeting with the team, and I remember telling them, you know, last year we hit a video with 9 million views, and I was very proud saying that, and at the same time I was very nervous saying that. And honestly, before the event, I had no idea how to do it. I had no idea how we're going to go viral again. My mind was fixed that we need at least 1 viral video. And then we hit these numbers. And from round 1, I was so sure that we're going to hit these numbers because you could see the momentum, but how we actually did it is another topic that we're still trying to figure it out. But today I'm going to say at least some things. So what we did is that we used massive content. Massive content means from 7 to 15 pieces of content per day in 5 different channels, and depending on the channel, of course. We used different copy for different channels. We didn't use the same language on Facebook that we did on Instagram, that we did on TikTok. This is kind of a basic strategy because every platform has their own audience, so you talk to different people with in a different way. Then we use different type of content in different channels. Some channels Facebook wants more photos, more announcements, Twitter needs more news, Instagram needs more reels, TikTok needs more trends. We tried to adjust with the content that we already had. And then we use trending sounds for different channels. We use different sound on Instagram, different sound on YouTube Shorts, different sound on TikTok, and just imagine the workload. Of course, we use collaborations. We're happy enough to have great people who I'm sorry, who love the event. Chess.com was our collaborator, Chess-Based India was our collaborator, so we had the chance to actually show our content to a broader audience, and an audience that is very much interested in chess and in Norway chess. And also we used user-generated content. This is something that I personally love, because imagine we had people coming all over from India to Norway, from the US to Norway, just for the event, because they love the event. So they were excited, they were creating content, and we wanted this content to go out from our channels as well. So we tried to promote and to show the world what is happening here through others' eyes as well. And of course, one of the hardest part I think that we did is that we analyzed all the data from round to round. We had round reports, and we're seeing the numbers every day. We're seeing how the content is going, and we knew what was going well and what wasn't performing well, and who did what, and what are the strengths of the team. So by round 3, we knew who was doing what, where to go, what to do, what to show, where to show, how to show. So we had all this data that kept us sleepless at nights with Dea, but it worked out. So these 5 steps, I'm sure, I mean, if right now you go on your phone and you Google 10 social media strategies to be successful, you're going to find these 7 in this. I'm 100% sure. But why did it work for us? Why it was different for Norway Chess? And I'll go back to what Hel and Dea were saying. Norway Chess is from 2013, and they have been building a brand online and offline. And what's very important for me is that they kept consistent all these years, giving value not only to their online community, but to everyone. If somebody experiences Norway Chess even for one time, they're going to see that they give value to their staff, not only to players, seconds, and family, this is like the standard, but they give value to the staff, they give value to the audience, to the sponsors, even the smallest local sponsors, they have added value from the event. And this is something that not many people see because it's not online, but many people experience when they come there. This makes the brand very likable, this makes the brand very accessible, and people are gathering around Norway Chess, and then we're wondering why. The other reason I think that we had this success is that we keep a year-long content. It's not like a 2 weeks event that somehow we appear on May and June and we create content. We fuel the platforms with content the whole year. So this is something that keeps us consistent and keeps the people know who we are and what we do. And then in this 2 weeks event, they know where to go. And the third thing that I think is very important, and I mean, it's a personal preference because this is how I approach the event, but I think that in order to have high numbers in an event, you need to treat it as a very time-sensitive event. The whole team has this sense of urgency when it comes to chess content, because when something is happening, we need to communicate it now that it's happening from our accounts. And trust me, Chess.com and Chess-Based India, I'm seeing you, and Chess-Based India are fast, so we need to be there first, of course. So the big question is like, can we make chess a major sport like football and like tennis? And you'll tell me tennis is not that major, but tennis is, I mean, a huge sport that Naomi Osaka, a woman, is getting paid more than men. So we have Lionel Messi from football, and we have Naomi Osaka on tennis that are getting paid millions and millions, of course. And there are like 2 ways to approach this subject. The first one is to say, you know, we go with the flow. We had the Queen's Gambit, we have Chess.com, we're going to have a new Netflix documentary. You know, it is going to happen eventually. And this is like one approach. The second approach is to already ask ourselves, how would chess be if it was already a major sport? And if that's the question, then we're moving backwards and we're building and building with vision and mission like Norway Chess has, in my opinion. So we need TV exposure. We need chess on TV. We need to make it a bit faster, a bit more fascinating, a bit more commercial. We need inclusivity. The Paris Olympics has 50% and 50% women and men this year, so we need more events like Norway Chess Women event. We need more women in chess, and we need to fill this gap. We need something more simple. I mean, chess is a fun game. Not many people can understand it. We are very consumed about what the top 10, the top 20 people do. But there are hundreds and millions of people playing chess. They just enjoy moving the pieces. They just go to parks and squares and they play around. So we need to make it more simple, more accessible. And of course, having higher price. Magnus Carlsen never got paid as like Lionel Messi. Hu Yifan never got paid like Naomi Osaka. Judith Polgar never got paid like Naomi Osaka. So we have this price indifferences that we need to bridge, and in order to do that, we need major sponsorships. And this is something that can really change the world of chess. Many people don't like that, but this is another topic to discuss. So what kind of challenges do we have in over a promise? Of course, we have some cultural barriers because chess is considered very niche. It's considered very exclusive, very elite sport. We need to make it more accessible to people, and we've already seen ways to do that in this conference. Of course, it's not a physical spectacle. We don't have people running, jumping, climbing. We have people concentrating, and the only thing we have is their faces and their expressions and their results. So we need to find a way to overcome this. There is a sports complexity. It has many technical, a lot of technical words, technical language. We need to make it more simple. Like, not everybody knows every opening, not everybody knows every strategy, but we have a way to communicate through words in a more simple way of what we're doing in chess and what is happening in a game. And the last, but not least in my mind, is that I think that collectively in chess, we somehow share a limited mindset of how chess can evolve, where chess can go. Because we don't think chess, and we don't think that it can be like football, but actually it can create a momentum that we have never seen before. And we saw with the Queen's Cup, but nobody believed it. So now there is time to move forward and to expand our vision and to do more. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Maria, for that very interesting and inspiring content. Now, when someone who speaks about chess comes from Armenia, it is almost a guarantee of quality, because in Armenia, chess is a very popular sport, and it is also a compulsory subject in schools. We are lucky to have Uliana Karahesian with us online from Armenia. She works for Oxford University, is a doctor of philosophy and author of the books My Interview and The Game of Life, Her Rules. And her talk today is Chess, a game of strategic thinking that builds character, discipline, patience, and resilience. Good evening, Uliana.
Yeah, good evening. It's a great honor to speak before you today and to be invited to be part of such a prestigious chess community. Chess is a game that has fascinated me for a long time, which led to the creation of the novel The Game of Life, Her Rules. My name is Uliana Karahesian, and I am the co-author of The Game of Life, Her Rules. Besides being a writer, I am also a PhD psychologist, journalist, and profiler. Chess is largely a psychological game, so it was a great inner satisfaction for me to see that all my professional interests there encompassed in the research and writing process of the novel. I have been familiar with chess from a young age, but life truly revealed its depths, psychological intrigue, and beauty. Then my son developed a passion for the game and began to compete intensively. Realizing how chess serves as a powerful tool for personal growth, my husband and I wholeheartedly supported him in his pursuits. This journey also allowed me, as the parent of a young chess player, to step into your fascinating and somewhat exclusive world of chess. Not only was I fascinated by the game itself, but also by the people who have achieved their goals and developed through it, especially women. A chess career is similar to that of an individual sport, most closely resembling tennis, but it's intellectually more demanding. Due to the nature of relying solely on oneself, one's personality can develop freely without depending on anyone else. For example, unlike who's grow while working in corporations. Therefore, we are not bound by rules and can create their own personal rules, as well as entire personal value system. The novel The Game of Life Heroes deals with the development of such a free and strong woman in every sense, particularly psychologically, under the profound influence of chess. How did the idea for the book come about? Moving in these circles, I had the opportunity to meet and hear about remarkable and successful female chess players, which awakened my professional journalistic interest. After a couple of years of research and interviews, I believe I managed to delve into the essence of a chess champion mindset. And so the character of our protagonist, Anna Filatova, was born a fearless, charming, intelligent, and strong woman who lives by her own rules. I say our protagonist because, as you may know, I'm not the sole author. During that wonderful creative journey, an unacceptable and brilliant collaboration emerged with someone who is a chess grandmaster but wishes to remain anonymous using the pseudonym Sasha Aronov. I was to respect that wish, so please forgive me if some answer remain elusive, including even the gender of the other author. Driven by my personal sense of empowerment, I believe that modern literature needs more strong female character who can serve as role models for our daughters and granddaughters, regardless of the field they choose. This book is, in a way, a small guide on how to remain true to oneself in any situation. When we finish the novel, we share it with some close friends, with the people from various walks of life, but they all found something in the book because an idea is universal, the research of what we all need in life. I particularly cherish the comment of a university professor who said that he would include it in the required reading list, not just for girls in high school, but for boys as well. Our aim was to help all young people through the deeply honest personal experience of the main character to be somewhat prepared for life. We also wanted to offer all the readers a piece of literature that would motivate them to introspect, to better understand what has happened in their lives, why certain decisions led them where they did, and if they were made in time. That is why the dedication in the book reads, dedicated to all the young ones who have just stepped into the adult world, as a sort of guide of one of the ways of living, as well as a mature for personal introspection and a fresh perspective on their journey. Chess is truly like a simulation of life. It's incredible how many similar mechanisms excite and how understanding chess strategy can help you with the strategy of living. It goes without saying how much it enhances your ability to handle victories and defense, how it develops your discipline, and how self-discipline is the path to freedom. That's why the book contains a lot of chess language and symbolism, even the chapter titles. The book was recently released, and the promotional campaign has not yet begun. Also, the comments from those who have read it are excellent. It has not yet gained widespread recognition among chess players. Therefore, I believe that many chess enthusiasts have not had the chance to read it yet. So I don't want to spoil the experience for anyone. However, I believe you are curious to see a few examples. Here are some of the chapter titles. Positional play, the beauty of anticipation. Next, regrouping of pieces, when a woman knows what she wants. Open position, life is wonderful because it's unpredictable. The queen sacrifice, you can never have everything. Flag fall, we have only one life. And also, I'd like to quote a few passages where chess language is used. It helps a lot that in a sharp position, you do not have the luxury of mistake to use chess speech. A part of his character she found unacceptable was revealed. It was Anna, the chess strategist speaking, able to see in 10 moves ahead. She had a clear plan. And as the American chess champion Frank Marshall put it, a bad plan is better than none at all. Although the man outwardly agreed, his egoistical self was left both speechless and intrigued enough to come up a strategy worthy of a tricky rival, which would become a match between two true champions and a non-chess duel that entertained us for years. Finally, what is a person without love? That is why the novel also addresses love, exploring different types of love and how we learn to love throughout our lives. I would like to conclude by saying that life is beautiful because it's unpredictable, much like a game of chess. However, we can prepare for life both theoretically and psychologically, just as we do for the 64 square on a chessboard. And if we play chess, a significant part of that preparation is already done. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Uliana, live from Armenia.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, as I said at the very beginning, chess reflects both positive and negative in society. There is a problem that is probably more frequent than we think, and which, therefore, we talk about less than we should. I'm talking about sexual harassment, and therefore, everything related to women's safeguard, safe workplaces, respectful policies, empowerment ethics, safety initiatives, etc. We have with us two people from the USA who have studied the issue in depth. The first one is Renee Bartlett, Executive Director of the US Chess Federation. Her subject today is US Chess, our commitment to safe play. Renee?
Hello, and thank you so much for letting me speak to you today about safe play and our United States commitment to safe play for all women. It is so important as we try to grow the number of women playing chess that we ensure that they are playing in a safe environment. Safe Play is a comprehensive player safety program developed by US Chess consisting of education, screening, reporting tools, and policies for appropriate conduct in chess. US Chess has zero tolerance for abuse and misconduct. Safe Play is the program established by US Chess to provide a safe environment for all chess players. The Safe Play policy governs safe play procedures and implementation. It applies to all US Chess rated tournaments and sanctioned activities and events over the board and online, including all areas with sufficient connection to the tournament location. Nothing in the policy prevents a local affiliate or state chapter from addressing complaints made during a local or state event. Some complaints may be addressed more immediately and effectively by a local affiliate or a state chapter, or even local law enforcement. The Safe Play policy was developed after US Chess recognized that we did not have a mechanism to address safe play complaints effectively. The Ethics Committee for US Chess could not hear an entire category of legitimate complaints because they fell outside the Code of Ethics. Our Ethics Committee in the US has a jurisdiction of the playing hall, not outside the playing hall, and sometimes they would turn down complaints that were made. Confidentiality could not be achieved because ethics complaints cannot be anonymous in the United States, and interviews did not occur in the ethics complaint process. In the US, ethics complaints are handled on paper. And because of the delicate nature and sometimes the fact that anonymous complaints are made in the safe play arena, we had to come up with something new. US Chess adopted its safe play policy to be proactive in calling out inappropriate behavior that demeans, harasses, and abuses players at all rated events. We implemented a reporting and investigation mechanism to carefully consider complaints and make recommendations regarding sanctions. We also required training for all of our tournament directors or arbiters. Now here's the timeline. U.S. Chess first began in 2019 by adopting safe play guidelines. In 2020, we required background screenings for anyone who was awarded a U.S. Chess national event. In February of 22, our first investigation under the new safe play guidelines was conducted and closed. In June of 2023, U.S. Chess appointed a safe play advisory group and for the first time began publishing a sanctions list so that all organizers could know who had been sanctioned by U.S. Chess, and that is found on our website today. In August of 2023, U.S. Chess entered into a partnership with the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, a congressionally chartered organization dedicated exclusively to ending sexual, physical, and emotional abuse on behalf of athletes everywhere. Safe Sport also offers education resources to outside organizations. U.S. Chess currently requires all U.S. Chess certified tournament directors to take the Safe Sport core training to remain or become certified. In January of this year, U.S. Chess replaced its original safe play guidelines that were formulated in 2019 with a safe play policy that extended application from just national events to all rated events, no matter where they occurred. In June of this year, we required all tournament directors to complete the required training. And in August of this year, the Safe Play Advisory Group held a workshop at the U.S. Chess annual meeting. Just like the delegates meeting here in the General Assembly in the U.S., we have an annual meeting of delegates, and we needed to educate them on certain challenges that were being made. We had a challenge to our training requirement that was set forth in the policy that passed in January of 2004. But at our annual meeting on August 4th, the U.S. Chess delegates voted overwhelmingly during that meeting to keep the tournament director training requirements in place. The delegates also approved an amendment to the appeals process, giving our executive board final decision for all appeals. Now, I'd like to share with you a few myths versus facts about safe play in the United States. The first myth, that safe play is just about sexual harassment. Well, indeed, in 58% of the complaints that we have received in the United States, they're focused on bullying and emotional misconduct. The required training offered by the Center for Safe Sport covers how to recognize and respond to these behaviors. Another myth, safe play is a woman's issue. Well, 65% of U.S. Chess membership are students in grades K through 12. So the training helps people recognize and prevent behaviors that negatively impact our most vulnerable and our youngest members. Another myth, safe play is just a national issue. So training should be required only for TDs or arbiters at national events. But the facts are that in the United States, 89% of the safe play complaints that were reported to U.S. Chess occurred at the state or local level. So the fact that we required training for all levels was the right thing to do. Here are some benefits from safe sport training. It arms our TDs or arbiters with a toolkit of responses on how to manage potential situations. It gives them resources to help explain their rights and responsibilities. It outlines steps for reporting violations if needed, and it helps them identify and remove those who are acting inappropriately. And most importantly, it protects our players and keeps our chess community safe. I'd like to share some testimonials with you from some people in the United States in terms of what they have discovered in light of our safe play policy. The first comes from a teacher in Michigan named Ursula Bird. The next is from Yasser Seirawan. Many of you may know him from the St. Louis Chess Club. He's a commentator. His eyes were really opened when he went through the training. He actually cornered me in St. Louis a few months ago, and he said, "Renee, I didn't know anything about cyberbullying. It opened my eyes in terms of the training and how good it was." He did not know people were doing things like that online and on the internet. And here's another one from a coach, a national master in the United States. And he likes to be a part of something that Olympic coaches are also required to be a part of and do the training. Now, I want to share with you a little more details about a challenge that we received this year in the United States. Change is hard. Anytime you institute a new policy, a new requirement, new training, it's only natural that you're going to have some people push back. And that happened in the United States this year. We had some tournament directors complain about the training that they had to take because they wanted to say, hey, we're the good guys. And you know what? They're right. They are the good guys. They're our first line of defense. And that is why we began with tournament directors, arbiters, to get the training so they would know how to recognize when abuse might happen and know how to help the victims respond. So at our delegates meeting, we did have a challenge, and our delegates in the United States can challenge any policy that is passed by the executive board. And so it takes, in a challenge, a vote by the delegates to reverse or affirm the action of the board in terms of passing policy. And in this meeting, the delegates rejected this challenge resoundingly. They affirmed the decision of the executive board, and the delegates all voted to support what we are doing. Now, at a U.S. Chess event, what we do is we publicize what we're doing, and we actively promote safe play at every event. You will see tournament directors wearing buttons, these yellow buttons that signify that they have taken the safe sport training. We have these large floor banners, the safe play banners, that are prominently displayed and have a QR code where anyone can scan for resources or know how to report. The chief tournament director explains safe play reporting process before the beginning of each round. It takes an entire community to be aware, to look for somebody wearing that yellow safe play button, and they know they can complain to someone. You know, we're constantly trying to revise and improve what we're doing in the United States, so these are a few of the things that we're trying to do to continually improve our own processes. And we want to make sure that we emphasize it's always the right time to do the right thing. If you want more information, you can scan this QR code. It's also in the presentation that will be shared with you, and you will see all of the resources that the U.S. Chess Federation has on its website. And if you have any questions, I would welcome you to email me, the Executive Director for U.S. Chess, or Melinda Matthews, our Safe Play Manager, a full-time employee that focuses on keeping all members of U.S. Chess safe. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Renee. That is really a very important subject. And now we go on the same note. We have also Melita Moore, Vice President and Chair of the Health and Wellness Commission of the Global eSports Federation. Her topic is Checkmate on Harassment, Enhancing Online Safety for Women in Chess. Melita?
Start by thanking Donna for inviting me to be here. I'm sure people want to know why is esports part of this conversation. I hope you'll understand that by the end of the presentation. I also want to thank Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. For the past year, he has been educating me, not about chess, but about life lessons through chess, and also through his book, Move by Move. And so I'm just very grateful to be here to have the opportunity to talk about online safeguarding. I'm Dr. Melita Moore. I am a sports medicine and concussion physician in the United States, and so I take care of professional athletes in our NBA, our WNBA, which is our Women's National Basketball Association, and consult for other professional sports. I also take care of professional gamers, which is esports. And so there are a lot of overlaps between esports. There's a lot of overlap between what I'm hearing from chess, from Women in Chess, and what we are doing in the esports space. And so when we talk about safe sport, and Renee just did an excellent job of saying what safe sport is when we look at chess as a sport.
we look at esports as a sport. Just in Paris in July, the International Olympic Committee announced the Olympic Esports Games, and so that will be happening next year. I'm currently advising them in clean and safe esports space, and so esports is on a national, international stage considered as a sport. When we talk about safeguarding in esports, these are some of the standards that we look at. We know that UNICEF has done an excellent job in doing some great research in talking about safeguarding in esports. I think now that we are seeing chess having this explosion post-pandemic and during the pandemic online with, of course, chess.com and others, we are now starting to learn a little bit more about why we need to have safer protocols and policies and being able to educate the chess community on how to be safe online. This is a great research that just came out last year. The IOC was part of this research that was conducted, talking about online harassment for elite level athletes. In their research, they found that 1/3 of the comments on social media were negative. And so for all of our chess athletes that are competing online, that are streaming online, that are talking in the personal and public arenas, we need to be very cognizant of the fact of cyberbullying. I think someone just said someone didn't even know that it existed. Renee, you were saying cyberbullying, didn't know that it existed. There actually are now something called cyber psychologists that are really starting to understand and look at this online space. Similar to what I've heard today about chess and women in chess, we see this equity in esports, or inequities in esports that are very consistent with women in chess. And so for us in the esports space, when we look at our equity, women in gaming is a very big issue for us. So we have in esports, because this is an electronic sport that is played online, esports is organized competitive video gaming. We have chosen to, or most tournament organizers, certainly us at the Global Esports Federation, have chosen to have our competitions as women competitions and open competitions. In open, that can be an all-male team, or it can be a mixed gender team if they would like to compete in the open category. And for women, we have our separate category. We also make sure our women competitions go first. Unlike in traditional sport, typically the men compete first. This year in the Olympics, we had women's basketball close out the last day of the Olympics, which has not been done before. And so we're now starting to see this trend for women in sports, certainly women in esports, but equity for women is very big for us in women in gaming, as well as transgender, which I know is a very controversial topic in traditional sport. In electronic esports, it's a different conversation. And so we really support the LGBTQIA+ community. We support transgender athletes, and transgender athletes can compete in open or women, whatever they so choose. But that adds an additional layer to the online safety and security that we focus on in esports. And then we have our social economic, when we're talking about this divide, this digital divide, this racial divide in the urban and rural area, lack of Wi-Fi, lack of access. So digital equity is a very big piece of what we talk about from an equity space in esports. At the Global Esports Federation, we have an academy. And so, Renee, you did an excellent job talking about education and training. And that's exactly what we do in our academy. So we have making sure we are actually doing background checks on coaches, taking them through a safety training and a protocol. So these are some of the things that we do, but education and training is so important, not only for the tournament organizers, but also for participants, for coaches. We have a lot of young people in esports, a very vulnerable population. And so we need to make sure we're doing what we can to ensure that they're going to be safe online. When we talk about safeguarding from the global esports perspective, these are some of our main principles that we discuss. Protection of our vulnerable individuals, younger athletes, younger competitors, certainly our transgender community, and women. Yes, the men are also important, but obviously this is kind of where we're putting our extra layer of focus, because this is where we see a lot of the targeting being done are to these vulnerable communities. We certainly talk about cybersecurity and data protection, since we are 100% online. And although we compete in person and have in-person tournaments that sells out sports arenas, it's still all being competed online or electronically. And so cybersecurity is a very big deal for us in our safeguarding perspective. Again, in this chess space with a lot of online playing, it has become a bigger issue.
and then moderation and safe communication. For the research that has been done just through the IOC with the traditional elite level athletes, showing that a third of messages on social media are hate or negative comments, we really need to be talking about a way to try to make the online space safer, which is really hard to do. But at the Global Esports Federation, we take that as our challenge. We want to make sure that we are keeping our tournaments, our events safe, and we found a way to be able to help offset that, which we'll talk about. Again, in esports, transgender is a very big issue and concern for us for a vulnerable population. And so we want to make sure, just like most other sports governance organizations are doing, that we are doing our work in our effort to make sure that they are protected. So one thing we do, we have inclusion policies that we use. And so we have very clear guidelines for our competitions about safeguarding. We make it very, very clear, as well as for competitive integrity, as well, for fair play, for inclusion, all those things we take into consideration. And then a dialogue and policy development. The Global Esports Federation, we have 177 member federations, meaning 177 countries and their esports federations that are part of the Global Esports Federation. So we have a wide area of the world. There are over 3 billion gamers worldwide. That is half of the population of the world that considers themselves gamers. And so with having 177 countries that we are responsible for, we are really the voice in the esports space. So it is our onus to make sure that we are doing what we can to keep everyone safe and protected. That's having conversations with the World Health Organization, UNESCO, with the International Olympic Committee, the other organizations that are key parts and stakeholders within this esports space. Mental health and well-being. Yes, I'm a physician. I'm the chair of our Health and Wellness Commission. But in esports, there sometimes is a lot of negative commentation about mental health. Depression, anxiety, social isolation, which are true. But there's also so many more positive mental health benefits that gamers get and people that compete in esports. Critical thinking, communication, thought leadership. So when we talk about mental health, it is big. We know that mental health impacts everything. It impacts your physical health, your social, emotional health. And so we want to make sure that we are always providing mental health trainings, documentations, discussions, workshops for our federations and for our athletes to make sure that they are engaged, they're educated, and they're well taken care of. This is the one thing I was talking about from what we can do to try and help offset moderation from chat and from negative comments. So this is a company that we work with. I do help to advise GoBubble, but they are a chat moderation platform that uses emotion-based AI. And so that means they can understand sentiment. So whether you're saying, let's go, because it was a great move, or you're saying, let's go, like we want to get out of here, it actually can understand the sentiment and the emotion behind your statement. We have been able to utilize this in practice. We have found that this has been very successful for us. When they kind of filter out hate speech, bullying, inappropriate language, this can be for federations, for organizations, for individuals, online, your online platforms, your social media, and also, again, for empowering our young gamers. When we hold our competitions, we want to make sure that certain material and information does not get passed along, that our competitors can't see that. So with GoBubble, people are asking, what is a solution? And this is a solution, like I said, that we found to be very helpful because it helps with the digital mental health and well-being, or what we call cyber wellness, which is also kind of a new word that people are using from an additional layer in the health space. No longer is it physical, mental, social, emotional, it's also cyber wellness. And so it blocks out all of these things. And so when we have our online competition, we want to make sure that our athletes compete in the safest environment, in a very clean way. We like to make sure we can moderate their chat. This is an example of how women's sports are really getting more of the negative comments. And so this is, GoBubble did this for the Euros 2022. And they found that the ratio of positive hate to negative hate was 1,000 to 1. More negative comments are coming in for women athletes compared to men athletes, which is, it should be astounding, but unfortunately for me, it's not, because I know that this is what my athletes and players, that they take on every single day. Another study for here, this was with the Premier League, this was for the Men's League, but it was just showing that a message for Happy Hanukkah and how a sports club, how many negative comments that they got because of one statement. And so when we talk about the power of AI, we talk about the power of technology and what it can do to help for online safeguarding, cyberbullying. We really have to be looking at other options that we maybe not have used in the past. And so we implemented Go Bubble at our Commonwealth Esports Championships in 2022. It was highly successful for us. We wanted to make sure we had inclusivity in our participation for all of our athletes and making sure that we were doing our part to keep our system safe as we could. One great thing that came out of this in the middle is Rose. She's one of our transgender athletes from Northern Ireland. She had a lot of bad comments that were coming through. We enacted Go Bubble for this, and a lot of those got paused or muted or she didn't see them. And she ended up winning gold. And it was a life-changing moment for her. And so these are these simple things that we say we can employ to make sure we're keeping our athletes safe. So some of the recommendations that we have from the Global Esports Federation and what we're doing from safeguarding, expand the use of AI in online. So we, like I said, a lot of our players and athletes are now doing more things in the online space. Develop transparent policies for transgender athletes if that impacts you. Comprehensive mental health support, which we know is good for everything that we're doing. Education and awareness. And so I can't go back enough to Renee, to your program, in saying that it really talks about education, educating everyone, making sure that they are aware and the why behind why they need to be learning this. And then collaboration with our esports platforms. So Twitch, YouTube are very big for us, so making sure we're doing our part from an online and safeguarding perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you to be with us today. It's a very important topic, and we learned a lot from your presentation, and I hope we can use it in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, so what are we done?
Thanks a lot, Melita, for giving us so much useful information on a very sensitive topic. We are going now to the last block of lectures under the following general headline: Sporty Strategists, Chess and Beyond Dynamic Players. In other words, if you want to be a good chess player, it is not enough to know a lot about the Sicilian defense or any other opening or endgames or tactics or whatever. You must take care of other aspects of your life. Let's start with a global view of this matter, and for this we have a video from none other than the 12th world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Dear participants of the Women&Chess&Balance Conference organized by the FIDE Women's Commission. My name is Alexandra Kosteniuk. I'm the 12th Women's World Chess Champion. I'm happy to welcome all of you to the Sporty Strategist Chess and Beyond Dynamic Players Workshop. I was lucky to be brought up with a clear understanding of the importance to stay physically fit in order to become a successful chess player. That's why I've always spent and dedicated a lot of time to my daily physical routine, along with my chess and mental preparation. I started running from a very young age, and in 2016, I even completed a full marathon distance. And I hope that altogether, throughout this brainstorming, you will be able to find ways to motivate chess players to stay healthy and find balance in order to be successful in chess and in life. I wish you a good conference, fruitful collaborations, all the best, stay healthy, play chess. Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Thanks a lot to Alexandra. And now a grandmaster who has always been very sensitive to this subject, Pavel Tragubov, FIDE Global Strategy Commission Secretary. His topic is combining chess with a dynamic lifestyle. Pavel.
Good evening, dear ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's quite natural for me to talk about dynamic lifestyle. It was never a problem for me. It was never an effort. So, fortunately, I've been maybe from my childhood or early childhood, be addicted by all physical activities. But first of all, I would like to explain why it's important. As maybe for some of you it's not obvious, chess, and well, that's what we hear from different people, that well, you need to train, but you make sports, but why? What for? Well, actually, it's not that obvious. If we start from the beginning, so in my opinion, success in chess and maybe in any other activity is based on three major factors. Well, first one obviously is chess knowledge. That's chess strategy, chess theory, endings, tactical skills. What else? I don't know. Yeah, classical patterns and so on. And this is the main one, of course. But there are two others which are also very important. So mental force and physical shape. Of course, if you're at the beginning, your physical shape will not help you much to play against experienced player like grandmasters, obviously. But when you encounter a player of your level, or approximately of your level, then any little nuance becomes important. So that's why in this situation, these two other factors becomes really crucial. And if you take a little advantage in physical preparation, it could be enough. It could be enough just in one single moment of the tournament. For example, if you play classical tournament of 9 or 11 rounds, which is almost always the case, so half point can be decisive. The difference between 7 points out of 9 or 6.5 points out of 9 is huge sometimes. So that's why you take this element is very serious. And why the physical preparation is that important. I illustrate for people outside of the chess world. I illustrate with this simple example. The research was conducted in Soviet time, and we found out that after one single game, a person can weigh up to half kilogram of his weight, and that example impresses people quite a lot. So why some energy is lost while you're just sitting for 4 or 5 hours? What's going on? Well, actually you lose a lot of energy. Well, first of all, because of immense tension, psychological tension, and also brain work requires a lot of energy as well. So to keep you in form, and to be able to have your level, well, unchanged, it's hardly possible, but at least approximately on the same level during 4 or 5 hours, you need to be in the best physical shape. And if you look at the modern generation of top players, you will see that they give you a very good example of that. I don't know people among top chess players who not serious with who is not serious with alcohol, who is smoking also. I've just checked the list of top 20 players. I don't know anybody who smoke among them. So this illustrates very well why they are in the top. Well, coming back to me, that was always easy for me to do a lot of sports. So I practice tennis, football. Actually, doesn't matter what exactly you practice, and also it's very individual when you practice sport, before competition, during the competition, before game, after the game. When I was young, I was able to play, well, a real tennis match of 2 hours before the game. Well, now it would be hardly possible, I think, but still after the game, I can run about up to 5 kilometers, but that point is very individual. But I trust, and this is my I'm convinced, pretty convinced that doing physical exercises is absolutely must for any professional player. Well, that's basically it. Thank you for your attention.
Let you go without our certificate of appreciation for your sport and chess family.
Yes, and for my wife.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It was my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pavel. I think we need more grandmasters talking about this kind of topics in public. Now, one of the words most often used by chess players to define chess is passion. But that passion must be combined with other factors, as our next speaker, Susan Namangale from Malawi, FIDE Zone President and Global Head of Gift of Chess, explains passion versus work and sport-life balance. Susan Namangale.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's always difficult to speak towards the end because everyone is tired. But thank you, Anastasia and the Women's Commission, for inviting me to be one of the speakers at this conference. This is an amazing experience for me. I know I've been part of the Women's Commission before because I used to be a member of the Women's Commission, but it's an honor for me to be here today. So, when I was asked to speak at this conference on this topic, I was actually not sure. It was actually last week. And I told Anastasia that, do you know that I'm playing in the Olympiad? And this is my first Olympiad. And the reason why I decided to play, I told Anastasia, is because I know I'm a weak player. I'm not even closer to anything in chess, but I play because I want to motivate the girls and the ladies in my country, because we have very few ladies. When they see me play, they get motivated. So I decided that I would just speak about myself, you know, from my experience and what I am and what I've been able to do, and you know how I've been able to balance in my chess life. So just a little bit about myself. I am a mom. I'm a chess mom of 3 boys. I am an environmental and social specialist, so I've been, before working in very big projects, I've worked before in the World Bank, I've worked in the Millennium Challenge Corporate, for example, trying to, you know, make sure that there's compliance to environmental and social issues. But if you ask me, I thought that was not good enough for me. So I spent almost over 20 years studying, but I decided to let go of that and just to focus and dedicate my life to chess work, most of which is actually volunteerism. I am the former president for chess in Malawi, and I am also, right now, I'm the board director of the Malawi Sports Council. I am the current Zone 4.5 president. I'm a counselor for the PDC, the Planning and Development Commission. I am the global ambassador. They call me the global head of the Gift of Chess. The Gift of Chess is the US charity organization that is distributing its goal is to distribute 1 million chess sets by 2030. I am the founder. I founded my academy called Dada's Chess, and with my academy I reach out to street kids, I reach out to the prisons, I reach out to the rural areas where you never thought that chess would reach there. And I was so excited at the previous speaker, Pavel, that when he, and the other one as well, I think Medit as well, talked about fitness. So I am a fitness trainer as well. So, and a certified fitness trainer, and I've got my small fitness center. And I am a national arbiter, I am a national instructor, I am a schools instructor. I am upcoming international organizer, I hope I get certified soon. And I have, in the FIDE Awards, I was one of the jury panel members. And I am the Malawi national team player and the 2024 Olympiad. So you can actually see that, you know, all these things, it's not easy to do all this. Like I said, I played not because I was expecting much, but I played because I've got an objective that I want to encourage the ladies. So now, I was introduced to chess when I was a little girl, when I was almost 10 years old, long time ago. And I grew up in a very small village in my country. I come from Malawi, the warm heart of Africa. And so one day my sister came and said she received a chess set because she did well in mathematics, and she brought it at the village where I was, and she started teaching me the pawns and everything, and that's how I was introduced to chess. So from there I moved on. When I went to the university, okay, she says I've got 1 minute, but I'll try. So when I got to the university, I continued playing chess and was among, you know, the few ladies that were playing chess at the university. But then as I continued, some of the ladies that I played with, they all quit chess, and I was, you know, like the only active member. So because of my work, at some point, I decided that I'll quit playing chess. That was in 2005. But I decided that I'll now go into administration. And that's how I got myself into, you know, administration. So I put up myself and contested as the chairperson of the league. And then later on, I contested as the president of the Chess Association of Malawi. And then, as I have already said, this opened up to a lot of opportunities for me. When I was president, I was the only female president in Africa, and also in Malawi, I was like the first president. And then I got into the global head of the Gift of Chess community, because I was able, you know, to connect and to be able to put up myself for those kind of activities. So in chess, what I would say is there are a lot of opportunities for everyone. And these opportunities are there for all the women to grab. All you need is, what is it that it takes for you to balance? So it's like, for me, from my experience, it has taken a lot of resilience. You need to be resilient as a woman, as a lady, for you to be able to do all the tasks. You can see it's a lot of activities, a lot of effort that you have to put into this. You need to be patient as well. So it takes a lot of patience. But sometimes, if you're not patient, you cannot be able to reach probably to the level, you know, that I live. Probably I would have quit completely, because there's a lot of disappointment, a lot of sometimes even bullying, emotional stress, and all that. But it just takes a lot of it. But all these things, it's actually chess that teaches us to be patient, to be resilient, to take some risks. I took some risks. I quit my job, a good paying job, because I just wanted to pursue chess, because I just wanted to do chess in my life. It takes a lot of passion, as the moderator already said. And most important, I heard one speaker also talking about believing in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, you cannot go far with it. So I thought, I believed in myself that I would even take up the leadership positions and move on with what I do in chess and for all the activities that I do. It takes a lot of initiative. Why I talk about initiative is because many ladies want to be leaders, but they don't want to put themselves up. But for you to be trusted, you need to initiate, put yourself up for you to be able to get to that. But also, it also takes you to let go. There are certain things that can prevent you from achieving your dream or from pursuing your passion. So if you have to realize and identify those kind of things and let go. So for me, I had to let go certain things, but also most importantly, you need a big support system. For me, my family is a big support, especially my boys, my 3 boys, a big support system, and they're always there to support all the work that I do, and I appreciate a lot. So I think most of the speakers have already talked about this. Just go out there and be part of, whether you want to be whether you want to be in safe sport, or you want to be an administrator, you want to play, you want to, just be there. But be willing to take up even volunteer roles. I volunteer for the gift of chess, but I think that has opened me up to a lot of opportunities. So I tried to Google myself. I just put my name on Google, and everything that I found was chess related. And that's where the passion comes from. And sometimes people ask me, how do you do all this? And I don't know, but I think it's chess because of the passion. I think it drives me. But like another speaker said, you've got to be fit because it's not easy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susanna Mangale. I think you forgot your phone here. And please keep your passion and that multitask, hard-working capacity. Now, did you know that chess and football have some very interesting connections? For instance, controlling the center is very important. And probably the world's foremost expert on this subject is Simon Agdestein from Norway, grandmaster, chess coach, previous coach of Magnus Carlsen, former professional football player. He's online from Norway. How are you, Simon?
I'm fine, thank you. I've just been listening to the last few speakers, and if I heard correctly, Susanne, you just quit playing chess. I've tried doing that myself for the last 50 years approximately. That's not a good advice.
This is a very good starting point. So go ahead, Simon. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks again for being invited. It's an honor. I have a little presentation. If I can share my screen, I'll try that. I'm not sure you see it. I think you do. I hope you do. Well, as Susanne, I also have 3 kids. You do see the screen? Well, I'm 57 years old. I have 3 kids as well. That's what I'm most proud of. I thought when I was preparing for this speech, I felt kind of boasting. I'm boasting of everything I'm proud of here. But what I'm most proud of is probably those 3 kids. I have a master in political science. I haven't used it for anything. I have a lot more education actually, but I haven't used it for anything because I've been a chess coach at the College of Elite Sports. It's a sports school in Norway. It's a sport high school. So I'm kind of been there for the last almost 30 years. And I think I will be there for the next 10 years as well. It's kind of my baby. You don't leave your babies, right? But I'm supposed to talk about balancing football, chess, and beyond. And to be honest, I'm a little bit tired of talking about football, the combination of football and chess. Because, well, I've talked a lot about it. There's even written a book about me now called something, I don't even remember it, Goals and Games and Goals. But my passion for chess started when I was 11, which was relatively late. These days, people are grandmasters almost at that age. But I got totally obsessed. 4 years after, I became Norwegian champion for the first time. That was not such a great achievement. Well, my rating was 2,250 or something. Norway had no grandmasters. We weren't a very big chess nation. I got a little bit famous because of that. I'm still the youngest national champion in Norway, actually. Magnus was a few months older when he took the title. And I beat Boris Spassky. That's the picture here when I was 16. I remember I got the front page of the national papers and so on. That was, of course, good days. And I became a grandmaster. I was the youngest in the world when I was 18. I think it was only Ivan Sokolov and I who were under 20, who were grandmasters under 20 in those days, in the late 1980s. And at my peak, I was ranked number 16 in the world. I was 21 approximately then. But at the same time, I happened to come on the national soccer team of Norway, which complicated things quite a lot, actually. Soccer was great fun until I came on the national team and got the contract and got paid for playing soccer. It was all a lot of stress. I never looked upon myself as a soccer player, actually. I was a chess player, and I just happened to end up on the national team. Unfortunately, I got injured quite early. But this adventure, well, it made me a little bit famous. It has opened opportunities. There's a picture here of me, of me taking part in Dancing with the Stars. Such things happen when you have this combination. I've also mentioned here that I actually became Norwegian champion last year. I think it's 40 years, 41 actually. I'm the oldest and the youngest grandmaster Norwegian champion. Not that it's not so much to boast of, because well, Magnus doesn't take part, of course, and so on. But something I'm really proud of from those days. There's a clip here. I hope it's possible to show it. Let me see. Just move away these things. Well, this is actually, it's only a few seconds. This may be my proudest moment in life. The first clip, the first here is from the Olympiad, the Chess Olympiad in Thessaloniki, 1988. Well, I just joined some training for a local professional club, actually. But here, oops, oh no, there's a, I hit that, oh, did you see that? You didn't see it. Here again. Again, another time, maybe. Ooh, well, you shouldn't focus on goals, well, the results, someone say, but I must admit that this moment was kind of magical. I've scored 1 goal for Norway, which was great, of course. But what I'm most proud of, I think, is what I did kind of beyond football and chess. It's not so much about football and chess in this presentation. It's more what happens beyond. Because afterwards, I became coach at this sports school. I've been a coach for the last 10 years, and that's my main passion these days. And what I'm very proud of these days is this. First of all, this list. Here's a list of all my students, approximately 130 students that I kind of had full time for 3 years. And the most famous ones, well, all the best players in Norway, to put it simple. I think it's about 10 or 11 grandmasters and 33 international masters. So that's what I'm most proud of. But some advice maybe as a chess coach. We had Gary Kasparov visiting us for dinner in connection with a film about Magnus Carlsen. That was a great experience, by the way. He said a lot of things, he really did. But he said, among other things, that he said, it's just a question of numbers. And notice this quote. If you teach enough kids chess in Africa or anywhere else, a talent like Magnus Carlsen will appear. That's the kind of idea. And I followed that principle long before he said that. Right from the beginning, I thought we had to start on the basis here. So we had courses, chess courses everywhere, kind of. I think of the 1,000, it was approximately 1,000 students per year, kids. I sent my own students to teach. I didn't do the teaching myself, which is impossible. And out of this, probably 999 quit. Well, maybe 1 out of 1,000 became a chess player. But of those thousands are actually Magnus Carlsen comes from a chess family, so I wouldn't say he comes from this school courses. But among Jon Ludvig Hammer, who's quite famous, he came up from one of our courses when he was 7 or 8. That's how it all starts. So we just have to teach a lot of kids chess, and eventually some big talent may appear. Oops. I have a YouTube clip here. Let me see if you can see it. I've done my best. You hear the sound? To the east, to the west, but she's the girl that I love. Okay, that was me losing against a 7-year-old girl, actually. Of course, she quit a few years later. Most of my students, they do quit, I'm afraid. Oops. Let me get back to the presentation here. Am I online? Everything's fine. Well, that's the problem. We really do teach 1,000 kids chess yearly, approximately. I know in other countries it's much bigger, but we do our best. And eventually, some big talent appear, like Magnus Carlsen, for instance. He came when he was 9 years. He started training with us. Then, well, it's a quote here: "You gotta do the right thing." So it's difficult to teach to train the kids, of course, because anything can happen, and it's kids. It's kind of well, this is a quote from a quite silly general, actually, who just won some war, and he tried to explain how he won the war. Well, you just got to do the right thing. Well, what is the right thing? Well, you just know. It's not that simple, of course, but you have kind of feeling, and it's all kids are different, so you never know exactly what's the correct, but you try your best. Actually, we have another. Actually, we have another talent going now. We have among the 8-year-old kids in the world, we have a Norwegian as number 3, actually. So that's our next project. But it doesn't really, rating in this age doesn't matter at all, actually. But he's 8 years old. He's much better than Magnus Carlsen when he was 9. Magnus was 900 when he was 9 years old. This guy is 1800 and he's 8. So that's our next project, kind of. So focus on the broad basis, and when you find some talent, try your best. And the success factor very often is well, talent grows out of big talents. They grow up anyway, and they become stars. Magnus Carlsen will have become a star without just on his own because of his tremendous talent. But it's important to have fun along the way, and social environment is extremely important. And that's perhaps what the main thing we've given Magnus, a social environment, friends, to put it simple. So that's important. I focus on that. I really focus on that. I kind of think that when I collect the best juniors in Norway, kind of half the job is done already. This is in my office. That's how it looked at my office at that time. But it mustn't be underestimated how much it takes to become a world star in something. It's supposed to take 10,000 hours to reach the world elite in something, which is just rubbish. It takes a lot more. Magnus probably spent those 10,000 hours before he was 15. It probably takes 20,000 hours at least. So it takes a lot of time, of course. And the last milliseconds are very expensive. To become the very best, Magnus has trained with Garry Kasparov after he kind of finished my school. So I think that was extremely, and a lot of others as well. And that can be a bit expensive. So I don't know about the youngsters these days. They are quite good, but haven't reached the very top. I don't know really how to get there. But I just know that's difficult, the stronger you get, of course. And finally, the process is the goal. That's a cliche. That's, well, the process is the goal. I follow Arthur Kogan on Facebook. He has lots of sayings like this. So you just focus on the process, and that's quite important actually, because 99% of the time, the goal is far. You don't really reach the goal, but afterwards you have to say, well, it was worth it anyway. We were coaching 900,000 kids. Only one became a chess player, but the process was fun. So that's kind of my short little presentation of how, wouldn't say how to make a world champion or something, but some experiences from me.
Thanks a lot, Simon.
Yes.
And take care. I hope to see you soon somewhere.
Thank you.
And now the last speaker. We have saved for last a topic of extraordinary importance. We all know, of course, that good health in general and nutrition in particular are very important. But are we aware that good health and nutrition are also very important for playing chess well? I know the person who is going to talk to us about it, and I assure you that she is a great expert. Maria Rubio Juste from Spain, medical doctor, master in science, and FIDE Medical Commission member. Her topic is chess, women, and health. Maria?
Thank you so much. Being the last one is really hard, because I know you are all tired, and many of the topics have been touched for all the speakers. So I'm going to be brief. I want to thank Dana and Alexandra before I start, because I'm in this world since I was a doctor in the Candidates 2022 that was held in Madrid. So I met both there, and since then I am in the FIDE Medical Commission. So I want to share that it was a wonderful conference. I've been here since the beginning. Many of the topics I've been very touched. In fact, my training is in tropical medicine. I've been working in developing countries for 12 years, and I was very touched for the projects in the refugee camps. I worked as a doctor in Rwanda in 1994, and if I could just have imagined that one day this kind of projects would take place in refugee camps, it's really something very, very touching. I also raised my kids in developing countries, so I felt I knew what they were talking about. I used to bring my kids along when I was working as a doctor in the field. I breastfed them. When I was in Africa, you know, there is this say that it takes a village to raise up a kid. So it's really like that when you are in a developing country. Everybody helps you to raise up your kids. So apart from that, I'm going to start now my lecture. It's called Chess, Women and Health. What is health? We all know that what normally is understood as health, but health is not only a lack of disease. Health is a complete physical, mental, social well-being. It's not only a lack of disease, so it comprises much more than we normally think. Do you consider yourself a healthy woman? So you have to see all these topics. A physical well-being includes many things, includes eating healthy, includes exercising, a balanced diet, a healthy weight. As the Grandmaster said before, exercising is very important, challenging your mind, the minutes of getting enough sleep. So he said, as a grandmaster, he knows better than anyone, but human brain is a very particular organ because it's the higher energy consumer of our body, weighting only at 2% of our body weight, but it needs the 20% of oxygen and glucose of the whole body. So as the car needs gas, oil, brake fluids, and antifreeze, our brain, to work properly, needs vitamins, minerals, and glucose. What happens with the glucose? The glucose is stored in the form of glycogen, is stored in the liver, in the muscles, and in the brain itself. And when you are doing a match of chess, a mental fatigue occurs. And then the glucose stored in the form of glycogen is start to be released. After 1 or 2 hours, then it comes to the fatty acids and the adipose tissue. So some studies, this topic has been touched today as well. What is the gender condition? Are women and men different when they play chess? Some studies, like this one I'm mentioning of 2015, says that because women have a lower glycogen storage, they can get tired because of the hormonal conditions. So what this would mean, a lower speed of conflict control and an earlier time point on a chess game. This is very controversial, but it's a study of 2015. But what is really true, and we had here today Judith Polgar, who clearly demonstrates this, that is that there exists no gender-specific intellectual performance in human, despite several different opinions. So a male and female can achieve the same level of chess. We had also the economic with his exposition saying, what do we think? He opened the cake of this kind of controversy, no? Chess and nutrition. Diet and workout routine of a chess player is a significant factor for the player's performance. Physical activity helps to keep the mind agile. As the Grandmaster said, he even plays tennis before a match. And this helps you to be alert for the unforeseen challenges and curveballs coming their way on the chessboard. Being a sedentary board game, chess has many side effects that need to be warded off with the choice of a diet and exercise regime that fits into the schedule and keeps the player motivated to follow it. A healthy regime is 80% and diet is the 20%. Because, as we said, nutrition impacts a player's brain, the need of glucose and of certain nutrients, improving alertness, memory recall, quick decision-making ability, and overall brain performance. Eating before a game. A player's food intake during a chess tournament can significantly affect players' performance. Having access of food during the game is advantage, and water is usually seen on the game table. According to Kelly Hammer, a professional sports nutritionist, not drinking enough water during a game increases the prevalence of fatigue, headache, and low blood pressure, which may negatively affect the results. Which are the nutrients that are more important for the brain? Vitamin B, mostly vitamin B12, directly impacts your energy levels, your brain function, and your cell metabolism. Apart from water, it's always a good idea to bring a banana, citrus fruit to the game. And there are other options that players use, like cheese sticks, protein bars, or tuna snacks. Vitamin B12 is contained in many, many foods. It's contained in fish, in meat, in eggs, in milk. You can see also here for vegetarians, they have a lot of foods as eggs, milk, and other things with a lot of vitamin B12. So the top 3 eating rules are eat a balanced diet, plan and eat strategically, and maintain enough gap between your intake. Here you see the typical food wheel where you have 50% of vegetable and fruits, 25% of proteins, and 25% of starchy carbohydrates. This is for vegetarians. So plan and eat strategically. It means you need to apply a few strategies that work with your lifestyle. You start with veggies and fruits. You use hacks like nuts and energy bars, and you always carry a water bottle. And it's also advisable to maintain enough gap between your intakes. It's said that roughly every 4 hours and within a 12-hour window. It's good for a better performance. It is essential to note that you will not remain healthy eating a lot of food of any kind, even if you follow this fixed eating gap. Energy drink and caffeine are very debated. According to nutritionists, sport drinks like Gatorade are not required. It's better to drink water. And caffeine is also debated because to some players it makes them feel very energetic, but to others it makes them feel sleepy. So that's why players often prefer caffeine-free drinks. So as we said, physical exercise is really important. We have many lectures of this today. We see here Magnus Carlsen, the world elite chess players, place a lot of importance on physical fitness to be better at the game. Indians grandmasters are doing the same. Now we go about the mental benefits of chess. We also hear today everything that I'm saying, almost everything was heard today. We had many hours, so mental benefits of chess were also mentioned. Improving problem-solving skills, prevention of Alzheimer's disease. It gives you a better concentration, improves children's reading and arithmetic skills, stimulates innovation, enhances patient resilience and the ability to act well in sudden situations. It relieves the symptoms of attention deficit and hyperactivity disorders, and it helps you to acquire the planning skills and boost self-confidence. There are many projects going on with these topics, and that demonstrates all these benefits, but we could talk for hours of those projects. So the last, social well-being. As we said, it's the mental, it's the physical, and it's the social. That is what health is defined. And social connection and community building. We heard today very touching stories of all this. We know that chess is a beautiful bridge that connects people, fosters social interaction and community building, engaging in chess clubs, tournaments, online platforms introduces you to a diverse group of fellow enthusiasts. Sharing experiences, analyzing games together, and exchanging ideas strengthens social bonds and nurtures a sense of belonging. This is what we have all been talking today. So just check, mate, and meditate. How chess puts the well in the well-being. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you. This is for you. Thank you. If we can just have a quick photo. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Maria. I have learned a lot from you and from all the other speakers. Before, well, I'm also sure that both our audience here at the InterContinental Hotel in Budapest and also all our online audience from all over the world has been learning a lot for 5 hours in a row live. Before giving the floor to Anastasia Sorokina, chairperson of the Commission for Women's Chess, let me say thank you very much to our technical team. Please, an applause for them. And another one, please, for all our staff organizing this conference. Fantastic job. Thank you. Anastasia.
Very much, Leoncio. I would like to thank all of you. It was a really long day, 5 hours in a row, and we can talk more and more, but yeah, it's limited, so we have to leave now. Thank you to be with us today online and offline, and as Leoncio mentioned already, we would like to thank technical staff of the organizing committee, and of course the few people without whom this conference will be very difficult to organize, Natalia, Maria, Ilmaz, and of course our conference coordinator Nadia, so please give a big applause for those people. And the last but not least, I would like to thank our moderator, Leoncio, and we have a special award for him, not only for moderating this session today, but also I'm sure that all of you know Leoncio is a great chess journalist, and we have a special awards for him that we give this certificate of appreciation to Leoncio Garcia with heartfelt gratitude for your years of dedication to the advancement of chess, your remarkable professionalism, unwavering commitment to chess, and attention to the topic of women chess. Thank you so much, Leoncio. And a photo.
Thank you, Anastasia.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We are in a way for another brilliant 2 years, and I hope to see you in the next conferences. For sure, next time in Olympiad 2026, but before as well. Before we finish, I would like to invite President of Chess America, who just joined us, to give his award to him. Do you have it with you? No. Ah, no. Okay. Thank you so much. Then we will do it later on in the yes. Ah, okay.
No.
It just come here.
No. It is time to say thank you to Anastasia, our chair for the commission. So on behalf of all the members of the commission, we do also have something for you. So thank you. I know we're running out of time, but
thank you.
it's for all the members.
Thank you so much, and I see you next time. And if you can kindly bring the trophies that I give to the president, I would love to give it to him personally. Thank you so much, and see you next time.